6. Regional District Court, Kevin. 7/13/2023. I believe we have parties council present.
Anything we need to discuss before the troops return? All right. I just want to mention I got through, I think, most of the briefs and motions that were filed with respect to the, is it Brodsky? Is that the name of the doctor? Okay. And it kind of came up yesterday. Yes. Yesterday, but then there's some mention of it in a motion and brief, and it was really concerning what the court would consider to be post-incident reviews or conclusions. The problem with reference to those, and there was some reference yesterday, is that it opens a Pandora's box. Then we can get into the consent decrees, the Attorney General findings, the Aurora Police Department findings, the DA review findings. So we're not going to be getting into those, expert testimony or otherwise. That's what I wanted to talk about. We'll talk about the other issue later.
Judge, can I seek a little bit of clarification on that? Because I think it's, so clearly under 702, an expert can consider things that are inadmissible as forming their opinions. I think when you talk about some of these experts that talk about standard of care, for example, or what a reasonable paramedic would do, I think reviewing or information about how the protocols were applied as a practice in AFR may be relevant for the experts to form an opinion about what a reasonable paramedic might do in a certain situation. And ordinarily, they'd be able to testify to that opinion without indicating how they formed that opinion, because they relied on perhaps some information that is generally inadmissible to form that opinion. And under 702, that appears to be proper. So I just want to make sure, as I understand the court's order, we're not going to be inquiring about those reviews, but if an expert relied on those reviews in forming their opinions, that doesn't necessarily invalidate their opinion. And so I wanted to clarify that with the court.
And I suppose, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That would be that the prosecution's experts then would be able to rely upon the consent decree. If they ask on cross-examination, if the door was open, they could talk about it. That's what I'm worried about.
Sure, and I guess I'm not aware of why consent decree specifically.
Well, they could have a rebuttal case.
Okay.
Well, so I think we ought to stay away from it.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Well, we got everybody here? Okay. Yes. if she does. Yours have returned. Please be seated. The court will recall 21-0, 2800, 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Next witness for the people. Yes. Please be seated. Good morning. Good morning. And if you'll state your name and spell your last, please.
Roger A. Mitchell Jr., last name spelled Mitchell.
Your witness.
Good morning, Dr. Mitchell.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury, please, what you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist. I currently serve as the Chief Medical Officer for ambulatory outpatient care for Howard University.
Dr. Mitchell, were you retained by the Attorney General's office to give opinions with respect to the cause of death of Elijah McClain?
Yes,
And without stating your opinions, did you reach opinions in this case?
I did.
I want to go back and talk about some of your qualifications. Can you tell us about your education?
I did my undergraduate college education at Howard University. Graduated there, worked for the FBI as a forensic biologist, got certified in forensic biology at the FBI. Went to medical school at New Jersey Medical School, Rutgers Medical School in Newark, New Jersey. I did a post-sophomore fellowship during medical school at NYU in their Department of Pathology. When graduating med school, I did my residency, my anatomic and clinical pathology residency at George Washington University Hospital, where I ended there as chief resident. Left there and went to New York to the office of the chief medical examiner in New York City, where I did my fellowship in forensic pathology. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And can you describe for us what those mean, anatomic and forensic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is the overarching type of pathology that I practice. So it includes surgical pathology and autopsy pathology. So surgical pathology is if you go to the hospital and have a biopsy done or some type of surgery, that tissue comes to surgical pathology. It's prepared on a glass slide. The pathologist looks at that specimen under the glass slide and then makes the diagnosis. That's surgical pathology. I am a surgical pathologist. And then you can further, and so that's the study of disease and diagnosis of disease. I did a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is the study of injury and disease that causes death. And it's the purpose is to establish cause and manner of death. In forensic pathology, I did that fellowship in New York City.
And sort of the broader medical world, what is kind of the purpose of having forensic pathology as a field?
In most jurisdictions in this country, there are systems called medical legal death investigation systems. There's two major types. There's a coroner system and a medical examiner system. At the end of the day, their job or the job of those systems is to establish cause and manner of death for those cases that are unnatural or have the potential to be unnatural. And so those investigations, those death investigations, are done by those offices.
Why is that important?
For proceedings like this, to ensure that the criminal justice or criminal legal system has information that they can rely on when coming to their conclusions. Another big reason is public health. So determining cause and manner of death goes on a death certificate. That death certificate is recorded by the public health institutions, like your Department of Health in the state or in the county. And then that informs policy to prevent deaths in a particular jurisdiction. So both criminal legal and public health is the main reasons for forensic pathology.
Could you give us maybe one example of how reporting information through forensic pathology investigations informs public health?
Sure. We know that this country has been ravaged by the opioid crisis. Those opioid overdose deaths invariably are accidental deaths. Those are not natural deaths and would be certified by a coroner or a medical examiner. The importance of making sure that those death certificates are accurate so that we can have an accurate account of who's dying from this process of overdoses in our country. And what are their age, what's their race, what's their gender, where do they live, what's their social economics, so that prevention can be put in place. And that's what happened, right? There's a lot of prevention, there's a lot of activity, a lot of money being put into substance use and abuse prevention because of what is sitting on the death certificate. So the death certificate becomes very important in establishing public health policy.
Okay, I think we made it up through the end of your education and your fellowship in forensic pathology. Once you finished that, where did you go to work?
I went to Harris County, Texas, Houston. I served about a year as a general forensic pathologist, medical examiner there in Harris County, and then subsequently got promoted to the assistant deputy chief. I ran all death investigations for Harris County, Houston, Texas. After leaving Houston, I went to New Jersey, to the northern region of New Jersey, right next to the medical school that I went to, was able to be the chief medical examiner in that region. And then I left there to become the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. I was the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. from 2014 to 2021. Prior to being recruited to be the chair of pathology for Howard University, I served as chair of pathology for Howard University for about 2 years, 2.5 years. As of last week, I was promoted to the chief medical officer.
Congratulations. I don't think I had the update on that. So going back to your time as the chief medical examiner of DC, did you have any opportunity there to interact with the first responder system?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, just like cases like this, first responders often go and respond to cases to try to administrate support for a patient that may ultimately die. So EMS and fire and EMS may be the pronouncer of death on scene. They may be the transporter of individuals that have to go to the hospital where they ultimately die. Those reports become part of the medical examiner or death investigation record and are often reviewed by, and had been reviewed by my staff as well as myself when we're doing death investigations. I ended my tenure there in DC for the last 6 months as deputy mayor for public safety and justice, which fire and EMS reported to me, as well as the police department, as well as the jail system, all reported to me as deputy mayor in those last 6 months of my tenure. So I have pretty extensive connection with the EMS service in Washington, D.C.
And can you describe for us the current functions that you have, the various different functions in the job that you have now?
So the job that I have now is, my job is quality patient care and safety of patients, as well as support of the physician enterprise. So the doctors that are there, we make sure that they have what they need to be able to carry out the care of patients. I write standard operating procedures. I am the chair of what we call the Performance Improvement Committee, which is the quality committee for Howard University Hospital. So primarily, my job is quality and safety.
Are you currently teaching at all?
I do teach. I teach forensic pathology to my residents. I teach forensic pathology, violence prevention, and cardiac pathology to medical students there as well.
Dr. Mitchell, have you ever been qualified as an expert by a court before?
Yes.
How many times do you think?
I think I'm close to 70 times now.
In the course of all of your work in this field, have you developed any specific areas of expertise?
Yes, I have particular expertise in violence prevention, violence as a public health issue, as well as death in custody.
Can you talk to us about your expertise with respect to death in custody? How did you come about acquiring that?
Well, while I was in medical school, there were some high-profile death in custody cases that piqued my interest to want to understand how individuals die during interactions with law enforcement or the criminal justice system. So I started doing research then, writing then, and in 2017, the National Association of Medical Examiners commissioned a committee, a death in custody committee. These are all the medical examiners in the United States. And that committee was commissioned to establish guidelines for the investigation, examination, and reporting of and definition of death in custody. And so I was the chair of that committee and acted as the primary author in the ultimate position paper that was adopted by the National Association of Medical Examiners I think it was ultimately adopted in 2017 for a 5-year period. And just recently, the position paper guidelines was adopted for another 5 years. And again, that highlights how a medical examiner or coroner should handle death in custody cases. Since then, I've done myriad of lectures all over the globe on death in custody. I have several research papers that are in publication right now, about to come out, and just wrote a book with that same title, Death in Custody.
And can you tell us why it's important to have a specific focus on death in custody? Are those deaths unusual or require special attention in some way?
Yeah, individuals that find themselves in custody often are the most vulnerable in our society for one reason or another. And we often don't know why those individuals are dying, whether it's natural disease or whether it's homicides, whether it's in the pre-arrest phase like we see, an arrest phase like we see with Elijah McClain, or someone who dies while they're inside the jail from complications of diabetes. These particular types of cases there's a veil. We don't know. And even today, we don't really know how many people and what people are dying from associated with the criminal legal system. So it's important to research it and bring it forward. It's a public health model. We didn't know how many people were dying from cancer due to smoking for years. Now it would be absurd to suggest that cancer and smoking don't go together, and that's largely because of the public health approach to these types of health problems.
Through the course of your work as a forensic pathologist and with your expertise on in-custody deaths, have you become familiar with a condition that's sometimes called excited delirium?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the symptoms that are thought to be associated with excited delirium?
Yes.
And have you reviewed excited delirium cases in the course of your work?
Yes.
At this point, I would like to offer Dr. Mitchell as an expert in forensic pathology, cause and manner of death, excited delirium, and in-custody deaths.
Board Dyer or objection?
Judge, I have neither one. I accept his expertise in those areas. Thank you.
All right, the court will allow Dr. Mitchell to explain and opine in the areas offered.
Dr. Mitchell, I want to turn now to your work on this case. You were asked to render opinions related to the cause and manner of death of Elijah McClain. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been hired by or retained by the Attorney General's office to do that? Have you been compensated for your time in doing this work?
Yes.
And how is your compensation structured?
I'm $500 an hour, and that doesn't include court testimony. Court testimony is a flat fee at $3,500 a day, and my expenses for travel are covered.
Can you recall now how many years you've been working on this investigation?
3, 2.5.
And have you spent time testifying in multiple different proceedings?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report related to your investigation of this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any sense of how much total compensation you've received for your work on this case?
I think I'm probably at about 60,000.
I want to go now to the opinions that you reached in this case. At the time you became involved, had anyone determined the cause of death of Elijah McClain?
It was determined as undetermined.
Got it. And what does an undetermined cause of death mean?
It functionally means that the certifier does not know why the person died. In this case, it was both undetermined cause and an undetermined manner of death. The manners of death are homicide, suicide, accident, natural, and undetermined. And so for whatever reasons, and there could be a myriad of reasons why a medical examiner or coroner or forensic pathologist cannot establish cause and manner of death. It may be that information is not available, or the information that is available is not conclusive. There's many reasons. Usually, undetermined rates are about less than 5% of cases in an accredited office.
And when you're talking about that undetermined report, was that Dr. Sina's first autopsy report?
Yes.
Referring to? Okay, thank you. Now, were you able to determine a cause of death in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you about the specific words you used to describe the cause of death in this case. Would it be helpful for you to have your report to look at?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, can I just ask the base number of the report that was
As 36. Dr. Mitchell, can you tell the jury what you found the cause of death to be for Elijah McClain?
And for the record, I'm referring to my report. Complications following acute ketamine administration during violent subdual and restraint by law enforcement and emergency response personnel. And manner of death was determined as a homicide.
Thank you. I want to unpack those words that you used there. Do you choose those words pretty carefully?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, cause of death statements are intended to inform anyone who reads it. And so we like to, and in my training, we don't want those words to be ambiguous. They need to be intentional. Not only for the reader in jury settings like this, but also the reader that's going to ultimately establish this in the public health space.
So let's talk about some of the specific words you used there. You said complications following acute ketamine administration. What did you mean by acute ketamine administration?
That means that the ketamine was given to Elijah McClain in an instant. It wasn't the complications that followed the ketamine administration were not prolonged, didn't happen over a period of time. It happened immediately, those complications. And so that's what I meant by acute.
And what were the complications of that ketamine administration?
Well, the most prominent complication is the aspiration of gastric contents.
Any others?
Well, the sedation is a known effect of the ketamine. The aspiration is also a known effect if it's either given too rapidly or too much of it, which both happened in Elijah McClain's case. And then, as per the cause and manner of death, death was the complication of his ketamine administration.
And you described this as happening during violence, subdual, and restraint by law enforcement and emergency response personnel. What do you mean by that?
Well, he's being, there's a continuum. He's being violently subdued. He's being subdued from the moment he's walking to the time in which the ketamine as a chemical restraint is being administered to him. So this is all during, it's all part of the lack of better terms, the episode that leads to his death.
You just used the term chemical restraint. What does that mean?
Well, there's often when ketamine or other sedatives are being given to an individual, it's because those individuals are unruly, they're violent, they're moving about, they're hard to restrain physically, so they require a chemical in order to restrain them as well. And so that's what I mean by a chemical restraint.
Do you see any need for a chemical restraint for Elijah McClain in this case?
I'm sorry?
Any need for Elijah McClain to receive a chemical restraint in this case?
No.
And we'll go through some of the video and we can talk about that some more. Dr. Mitchell, I want to talk about the process that you went through to arrive at your cause of death opinion. As a forensic pathologist, what's the general process for trying to get to a cause of death?
Well, I wasn't the original forensic pathologist, so I did not perform the original autopsy as a function. The original autopsy is a big part of it. Death scene investigation, what actually had happened at the scene. For me, in this type of case, the first thing that I would want to review is the autopsy report. All of the findings from the forensic pathologist, looking at diagrams, looking at pictures surrounding the actual autopsy itself. If there are tissue that I can look at myself, then I want to look at tissue. In Elijah McClain's case, I came to Colorado and looked at the tissue that was being stored from Elijah McClain, and also looked at glass slides under the microscope. Not only what the original medical examiner looked at, but we put in more slides to take closer looks at things I was interested in and tissue I was interested in. All the video footage, I spent many hours reviewing video footage. of of the altercation with Elijah McClain, his hospital records, his past medical records, witness statements, statements and reports from experts, other experts. In fact, asked for a pulmonologist and a anesthesiologist to review Elijah McClain's case prior to me reviewing it. As I reviewed, those two things had not happened in the original examination, and so I asked for it to occur so that those experts could give me an idea of what they were thinking. As forensic pathologists, we're generalists, so we like to bring in other experts even into our general opinion. And then I think that probably sums it up. There's much more that I reviewed, but I think that sums it up.
And just to clarify, you were talking about some things that you asked for that hadn't been done. Were those things that Dr. Sina did not have available to him when he rendered his first report?
That's correct.
So let's talk through some of those things that you looked at in arriving at your opinion. You were talking about reviewing the autopsy materials. And did you feel like you were able to get a good picture of what had happened in the autopsy, even though you weren't the one who actually performed it yourself?
Yes.
And what things did you review in order to understand what had happened during the autopsy?
I reviewed all of the pictures that were taken at autopsy. I reviewed the report, the autopsy report itself. The investigative report that was generated by the coroner's office, I reviewed, along with the toxicology report. All of those were reviewed. So all the materials that the doctors prepared in the original case, I reviewed.
And going specifically to some of the key parts of the body related to the autopsy, did you review materials related to Elijah McClain's lungs?
Yes.
And what significant findings did you have, if any, from reviewing those materials?
Well, in the report, the original report, and there's evidence of this in the video, there was aspiration, meaning breathing in of fluid from the stomach that occurred in Elijah McClain. There was also evidence of that microscopically underneath the microscope. You could see food in his airway under the microscope. You could see the reaction of his body to that food, so you know that he was alive at the time. So that was present. And so I reviewed the pictures of the lungs. There's some good pictures of lungs, and there's good description that the original pathologist described in his report on the lungs as well. So all of that was reviewed. In the original autopsy, there was this question of whether or not Elijah McClain was suffering from asthma, and whether or not asthma was contributing to his death. Subsequently, that is something that even the original pathologist, I believe, does not hold on to, but I wanted to look at it and see if I saw any evidence of asthma to cause death. So all of that is findings within the lungs. One of the big things that was described is this leopard spotting of the lungs, which is evidence of what we call hemoaspiration, which is breathing in blood into the airway.
Dr. Mitchell, would it be helpful for you to describe these findings to the jury if we showed a picture of the lungs that you reviewed?
Yes.
If we could show to the witness only Exhibit 375, which has been conditionally admitted. Is that the photograph of the lungs that was significant to you in making some of these findings?
Yes.
Move to completely admit Exhibit 375 and publish to the jury.
All right. Questions or objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 375 will be admitted.
And may we publish that to the jury? Here we go. And Dr. Mitchell, I think you have a laser pointer there on your desk. Can you explain to the jury what you saw with respect to this picture that informed your findings about the lungs?
May I stand?
You may.
So this is one of the lungs. Looks like it might be the right lung. And this is the outside, if you can see my laser pointer, and for the record, I'm pointing to the screen. This kind of cloudy surface, that's the outside of the lung. This is an incision that was made in the lung. So this is the inner portion of the lung that we're seeing here. This structure, this tan white structure, is one of the major kind of airways that serves inside the lung. And then the majority of the lung is this like light pink that you can see. This darker burgundy, you might see it as black, darker areas is the leopard spotting. If you can make that out, pathologists are not that good at giving other metaphors, but these are the leopard spotting, and this is evidence of hemoaspiration, evidence that he was breathing in blood at the time of his death. And then microscopically, under the microscope, you can see that as well.
And can you describe for the jury, I think they know what aspiration is, but how the aspiration had actually affected Mr. McClain's lungs, as was available for your review on the autopsy?
Sure. I mean, general physiology, like how we breathe, you want your airway to be clear. Oxygen and carbon dioxide are exchanged at a very thin layer in your lungs. If there is fluid, or imagine stomach content in your lungs, you can't exchange air, you can't exchange your oxygen and your carbon dioxide. So any aspiration is going to impact Elijah McClain's ability to breathe.
And the evidence of aspiration of stomach contents?
Yes.
What was that?
There was actually food in the airway microscopically. And again, in the original report, it was described, and I saw it as well on review.
And sorry, I think we could put that exhibit back up for just a minute. Was there anything about this photo that related to your conclusions with respect to asthma?
Yeah, with asthma that can cause death, we often will see mucus plugging, right, with lots of mucus in the airway, and we don't see that here.
Did you rule out asthma as a cause of death?
Yes.
And we can take the picture down now. Let's talk about Mr. McClain's heart. What were your findings with respect to his heart?
So in the original autopsy, there was suggestion, there was a bit of disconnect in the original autopsy, but the original autopsy talked about a coronary artery narrowing, or in some parts of the report, a coronary artery atresia. Atresia means a blind pouch, meaning that it's stopped. Narrowing is self-explanatory. I'm not quite sure which one the original pathologist saw. There are no photographs of it for me to look at. But we looked a lot into the heart muscle. And the heart muscle of Elijah McClain was relatively normal. It was a normal heart muscle for his age. The expectation is that if he had a narrowing of his heart, of his coronary arteries, and let me back up, the coronary arteries are your main vessels that bring blood to your heart, right? So many of you may know someone that had a coronary artery bypass. right? Because there's a blockage in that coronary artery and they have to bypass it. They'll have a heart attack if they have issues with their coronary arteries, just to put it in context. If Elijah McClain had a coronary artery that could cause his death, then we would expect that his heart muscle, would look different. It would look diseased. It would have fibrosis. There would be scarring, but none of that existed in Elijah McClain. His heart was a normal heart for his age.
And were you able to rule out any narrowed coronary artery as a cause of Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
And I think you just mentioned you didn't see any scarring. Were there any other factors that enabled you to do that?
Again, it's the absence of the scarring. It's the absence of anything to suggest that his heart was the ultimate cause of death.
Did you look for evidence in the autopsy related to any injuries that might have been caused during Mr. McClain's altercation with the police?
Yes.
What were your findings with respect to that?
So he had multiple abrasions or scrapes over his body, on his face. He had some small petechial hemorrhages. Those are busted blood vessels. He had one in his eye, and believe that's secondary to the carotid hole that was placed upon him. There's no major fractures, major injuries, inflicted injuries to immediately cause his death, but it's clear that the carotid hole created a low oxygen environment in him. You might have heard the term hypoxia. That hypoxia really started his cascade downward during the altercation. So I hope that answers the question.
Dr. Mitchell, were there any other significant findings that you made from your review of all the autopsy materials that informed your ultimate cause of death opinion?
From the autopsy? No, I think that pretty makes it sufficient.
I want to tick through some of the other things that you did or reviewed. To come to your opinion, you talked about reviewing Elijah McClain's hospital records. Did those inform your opinion that the cause of death was complications of acute ketamine administration?
Yeah, I mean, he arrived at the hospital, and the hospital was attempting to have life-saving measures, and that's really his hospital course, is attempting to save his life after the altercation and the ketamine administration. So that informed. He was able to transplant his kidneys, which is also important because we know that his kidneys, at least to my knowledge, his kidneys are working in someone else. So we know that his kidneys are good. So I think that's helpful to understand that he had general organ. His general organ function was good at the time of his death.
And were you able to review Elijah McClain's historical medical records?
Yes.
And was there anything in there that informed your view of his cause of death?
Well, I think that, he did have early asthma in his life. So it's clear that he did have an asthma history. But that was, when he was younger. I think that from that standpoint, it's good to know that wasn't necessarily a fully off the wall approach to trying to identify a cause of death in him. But it just is not the cause of death. It's something that he had at a younger age.
And what about records of from the Aurora Fire and Falk Ambulance with respect to his treatment that night. Were you able to review those?
Yes,
And did those inform your view of the cause of death?
yes.
How so?
Well, the records indicate when he was provided the ketamine. They also record the lack of care that was provided prior to the ketamine administration. They record, his condition, that he was in asystole, meaning his heart wasn't working. And they also records what they did, trying to find apparatus to be able to measure his carbon dioxide level in his blood. In addition, talked about how much vomit was in his mouth, how much suctioning had to happen prior to him being intubated, a tube down his throat so that he could breathe. So all of that within minutes of the ketamine administration was documented by fire and EMS.
Did you have information from which you could form an opinion about what Mr. McClain's health was prior to this interaction with the police and fire?
Yes.
And how did that inform your view of his cause of death?
Well, there was family communication that suggested he was an avid runner, that he liked to exercise. So that helps me understand that he's a pretty healthy guy prior to his interaction with law enforcement and EMS personnel. Also, we have video of him walking normally into a store, and walking home without any apparent periods of medical distress at the time in which the interaction starts. So that also informs the fact that, but for these actions, he would have still been alive today.
Did you visit the scene from where Elijah McClain was given ketamine?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I'm a medical legal death investigator at heart. That's really where I cut my teeth. I've been to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of death scenes in my career, and that's where I started in Houston. And so that's, if I have an opportunity to go to a death scene, whether it's during the investigation or after, then I'm going to take the opportunity to go and take a look. And I was here, and I had time before my flight, so I wanted to visit the scene to see if there was anything that I could see different, because the video is dark and there's a lot of angles. If there was anything that I might have been missing.
Dr. Mitchell, was the body-worn camera footage important to your rendering a cause of death opinion in this case?
Yes.
How so?
Well, often these cases in the past, we haven't had body-worn camera. We had no footage. And at autopsy, it's not a lot. There's scrapes and bruises, and what we showed you in the lung. So, and then what's in the tox report. So the body camera footage is third-party objective view. It is what it is, and that helps because I was able to see his condition. I was able to hear him gurgle and aspirate. I was able to see when he started to decompensate. I was able to see when he was no longer active, if he was struggling at all. And I was able to see what his condition before and after the ketamine administration. So all of that is something that I could see with my own eyes and didn't have to rely on a report as a translation for what actually occurred. So it was very helpful.
I want to show some of the clips that I think reflect some of the things that you're talking about. But before we do that, can you describe for the jury your opinion about Elijah McClain's medical condition from the time he was at the Shell Mart up until the time the EMS paramedics responded?
So, as I described before, he is an apparent young, healthy male who's at a store and he's walking home. Interaction with law enforcement. Law enforcement makes the decision to take him to the ground. It's clear that a carotid hold was put in place. That carotid hold decreased amount of oxygen to his brain, forcing him to, lack of better terms, black out. When he comes back to, you can hear him communicating, explaining himself. He had that face mask on. We know that there's vomitus inside the face mask, so we know that he vomited at some point with that face mask on. Believe that he would have been that first episode of aspiration of gastric contents during that period of time. And then he's brought to the ground, and again, he's communicating. He's being responsive to pain. He's pleading his case, and he's sometimes on his side, sometimes prone with his butt in the air and his chest and abdomen down, and he kind of fluctuates in that space because of how he's being handled. And he's slowly declining. And here he's not as vocal. And I think he's declining because, and it's my opinion that he's declining because he has the metabolic acidosis or the acidosis in his body because of the struggle and the altercation, like we all would. That's starting to make him somnolent. He's also breathing in gastric contents in his air that's increasing or decreasing his oxygen capacity at that time too. So all of it is now in this kind of vicious cycle of hypoxia or low oxygen and acidosis, high acid in his body. And you can see that he's slowly at one point he is really somnolent, meaning sleepy. He's able to be rolled over, and his pockets checked, and he's not, engaging. And then at some point during that period of time, EMS arrives. His medical condition is still not, good. He has deteriorated. He's not responsive, except to painful stimuli. He says "ow" several times. The ketamine is administered when he is somnolent, so he's not active or bucking or moving when that ketamine is administered. And then after the ketamine, he goes into a deeper sedation because he's already sleepy, he's already somnolent, and then he's moved to the gurney. You can see at some point when he leans forward, there's a lot of gastric contents in his mouth and nose, which is dangerous in someone who has had ketamine. And so at that point, we know that he's at risk of really dying at that point. And then he's moved into the ambulance, and that's where we lose the video. But from the time when he's walking as normal to the time after the ketamine administration, there's a clear deterioration of his bodily functions and of him during that period of time.
Let's go to exhibit 134, and you can start about 10 seconds in maybe. Dr. Mitchell, is this a video that you reviewed that informed your medical opinion?
Yes.
Okay, can we show that to the jury?
You may.
And Ms. Kelleher, if we could just play that for about 15 seconds or so. That's good. Play it just a little bit more, and we'll. We can stop there. Dr. Mitchell, how did this video inform your medical opinion about what happened to Elijah McClain?
He's he's normally acting. He's paying for a couple juices. I mean, it's really the absence of any major agitation, anything to suggest that he's acting erratic, and it's the absence of that. So this is pretty much a normal exchange between him and the store clerk.
If we could go to Exhibit 101, this is body worn camera of Officer Woodyard, 22:43:26 to 22:44:14. This is the initial police contact with Mr. McClain. And Dr. Mitchell, I'll ask you what aspects of this video inform your medical opinion after we've been able to see it.
Stop right there. Hey, stop right there. Stop. 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 Right, stop. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Stop. Stop tensing up, dude. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up.
No, let go of me.
Stop tensing up.
No, I am an introvert.
Stop.
Please respect the
Tensing up.
boundaries that I am speaking.
Stop tensing up.
Stop.
Relax.
Stop. I'm going home.
Relax. I'm going to have to change this situation.
Leave
Stop.
me alone.
Stop.
No, leave me alone.
No, we're gonna.
First off, you guys started to arrest me, and I want music to live to. Now let go of me.
Let's get over to class.
Dr. Mitchell, what were your observations of Elijah's medical condition at that time?
Well, he's oriented to person, place, and time. He's exchanging in dialogue. He says what he wants. He's responding to questions. So he seems normal from a standpoint of being able to have a conversation with the law enforcement personnel.
Did you see any evidence of symptoms of excited delirium in that video?
No.
Let's go to Exhibit 104, 22:46:00 to 22:48:20. And this video there's no video, there's just audio. So we'll listen to it and I'll ask you the same question. This is from a little bit later in the struggle.
Okay, I got his other arm. Okay.
Flipping. Dude.
Stop like.
Taser, take your taser, say.
You're gonna get tasty second. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I got his arm. Okay, hold on. Up.
Yep. Stop, dude. Relax.
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 Bring that arm back.
I got right here in a bar hammer.
Stop.
Yeah.
You got him. My name's Elijah McClain. Really? That's right. This is my fault. What? That's your fault. I'm not.
I heard no.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to do that. I don't do that stuff. I don't do any fighting. Why? I don't do drugs. I don't use no fight. I don't eat meat. I'm not vegetarian. I don't trust people.
No, I mean, I'm trying to start.
Let's see.
When we showed you weren't skating, walking.
Dr. Mitchell, what, if anything, in that audio informed your view of Elijah McClain's medical condition at that time?
So when it first starts, you don't really hear Elijah McClain. You hear the breathing of the officers. He's trying to get the hand so that they could cuff him. And then you hear Elijah McClain at some point. So we know that that's sometime after the carotid hold. Comes to, and he talks about he can't breathe. It's really muffled. So the likelihood is that he still has his mask on. At some point he vomits and aspirates in the mask at that point. We know that one of the officers pulled the mask off of his head, and you can even hear him a little bit louder. The mask is probably off. But he says he can't breathe. There's conversation between the officers around the administration of the carotid hold, and then I heard some snoring, suggesting that he was out, blacked out, and succumbed to the decreased amount of oxygen to the brain so that he would black out. So all of that is important to me because that's all evidence that this is the beginning of the hypoxia. This is the beginning of the lack of or decreased amount of oxygen in his body because of the carotid hold. What's also important is that he's communicating. Now, he had just come out of being blacked out, so he sounds confused, but he's communicating. He's talking about his ID. He's telling law enforcement officers who he is. He knows who he is. All of these types of things. He's going through the litany of things that he believes in so that he can satisfy the request of the officer. So those things are happening, and they're cogent, meaning I can understand him. It doesn't seem bizarre. So those are all important to me, particularly when we're entertaining a diagnosis of excited delirium. All of that will go against a diagnosis of excited delirium.
Why is that?
Well, individuals that are believed to have excited delirium would be individuals that would have bizarre behavior. They're acting erratic. They're not responding to commands. They are not easily understood. And then, the suggestion of superhuman strength is all part of this excited delirium constellation of symptoms that is attributed to excited delirium. And this being able to have a conversation, this being able to express oneself this way while being subdued is not what is professed as excited delirium.
We could go to, and I guess sort of on the spectrum with respect to the aspiration and the hypoxia and the acidosis, what kind of stage, in your opinion, is Elijah McClain at this point?
This is really early in that time frame of how his body's responding to the acidosis, because even decrease in oxygen is going to manifest itself or show itself as increased acid. And the way it does that is we breathe off acid in the form of carbon dioxide. Our body accumulates acid when we're walking, when we're talking. That's why we breathe. If you go for a run, That's why you breathe heavier, because you're trying to get rid of the acid, that carbon dioxide, and get more oxygen. But the effects of acidosis is not immediate. It can take a couple minutes for you to cramp up. It can take a couple minutes for you to be nauseous because of how hard you worked out that day, right? So those types of things can take a couple minutes. And so this is in the beginning of the effects of the acidosis and the decreased oxygen in his body.
You talked about breathing as a way to get rid of the acidosis in your system. Are there other ways the body will try to get rid of acidosis?
Yes, I mean, you'll vomit. I mean, the biggest, lack of better terms, bag of acid that you have in your body is your stomach. It's literally a bag of acid that's prepared to digest food. So the body's going to want to get rid of that acid first. So nausea and vomiting is something that that happens with acid. To put it in perspective, I played high school football and had the 2-a-days. You had to run, the coaches just ran you until, and my coach actually had buckets at the finish line because he knew that we would have to throw up after all that acid buildup. So that's the context. So breathing it off and throwing it up are two major ways for us to get rid of it.
Let's go to Exhibit 104.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to cumulative and under Vigari. Dr. Mitchell has testified to these things, and the video is already in evidence.
Response.
Your Honor, I think these videos were critically important to Dr. Mitchell's medical opinions, and he is pointing out the specific things in them that support his medical opinions. I've tried to keep these pretty short, not going through everything and just giving him some good representative examples. So, yeah, I think it's cumulative.
All right. The court will overrule the objection and find that if the hopefully short clips of the videos will assist Dr. Mitchell in explaining his conclusions to the jury, they may be published.
Thank you. If we could go to Exhibit 104, Officer Rosenblatt's camera, 2250-05 to 2250-45.
I don't know, sir. Stop.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was just trying to do that. You can't breathe directly.
No, he went for his gun. Oh, my God. Does anybody have standing wipes?
Dr. Mitchell, was there anything in that video that informed your medical opinion of what's happening to Elijah McClain at this point?
So he responds to law enforcement again, not bizarrely. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to fix myself. So these are interactions that show to me that he's not suffering from excited delirium or some type of delirium episode. In this, you can hear him and see him kind of gulp, and I believe this is another time where he's aspirating. So this is all part of the decline of Elijah McClain prior to EMS arriving, and so he starts declining even further after this.
We'll do one last clip from before the time the EMS arrives. This is, again, Officer Rosenblatt, 2252-01 to 2253-00.
Got to throw up, dude?
Yeah.
Throw up right there, okay? Don't throw up on me though.
We got fire coming, right?
Yeah. I called him when you first went up.
And I don't think he went out, dude.
He like halfway, I think, but. Hey, dude, relax.
I think he's trying to cheat.
Oh, okay. Get it out, dude. Thanks, bro. Get it out. You need to swap out to break your neck? No, I'm good.
Eat anything? No, we got called to a suspo. He was out here walking around with a ski mask on.
So y'all need the cell phone picked up?
Probably just bring it over by him, dude. And then, we contacted him. He's wearing a ski mask. He started to kind of like walk away from us, so these two wrap him up. And then in the midst of them wrapping him up, pushing him against the wall right here, he reached for Rosie's gun, dude, so.
Dr. Mitchell, what in that video, if anything, tells you how Elijah McClain is doing?
He's further declining. He's easily controlled with, a single knee and a half of a hand. So he's not, he's even allowed to sit up to the point where he can throw up and get his breath. So this is just, again, this is an example of the effects of the hypoxia and the acidosis, but also the fact that he's not a threat to himself or to others at this point.
Do you have an opinion about what, if anything, could have been done to help Elijah McClain with the conditions that he was having at that point?
Yeah, they could have sat him up.
And what would that have done?
He would have been able to lift and move his chest. I mean, in order to breathe, you have to lift and move your chest. That becomes important, in someone who's acidotic or has increased acid. You want to be able to have him lift that chest. So, at this point, he could have been sat up. He could even, if he could, stand him up, lean him up against the cop car until EMS arrives. So there's a lot of things. There's opportunities throughout the interaction for Elijah McClain's life to be saved. It was never saved.
Let's go forward now in time to when the paramedics have arrived at the scene. And we'll continue on with Officer Rosenblatt here, 225403 to 225418.
Okay.
Stop, dude.
Well, chill out. You've already been told several times, stop.
I can't focus myself.
And Dr. Mitchell, how does Elijah McClain's medical condition appear here as the paramedics have arrived on the scene?
Well, he's expressive. He's communicating with law enforcement. So he's responding to them and he's responding to pain. And that's also important when trying to identify if someone is proposed to have been suffering from excited delirium. One of the cardinal symptoms that is proffered or put forward is being oblivious to pain. He's clearly not.
Does he appear to be a danger to himself or anyone else at this point?
No,
Does he appear to be out of control?
no.
And in terms of his hypoxia, acidosis, aspiration, can you tell anything new that's happening in this scene?
Not anything new. I mean, other than him wanting to be in a different position.
And what would that signify?
Well, when your arms behind your back and you've aspirated fluid over this several minutes of time, you want to get in a position where you can breathe. And so he's, throughout that interaction with law enforcement, he's attempting to get in that position.
If we could go forward to 225423 to 225458, and this is just a slightly bit later after EMS has arrived.
Busy, but I just let you know that. Doc. Well, stop fighting us.
And the same questions, are you seeing any signs of excited delirium here?
No.
And same reasons that you said before?
Yes.
And any new information about Elijah McClain's medical condition in this scene?
But, you know, having watched these videos so many times, I know that those are pretty much his last words that's in those videos. So he doesn't communicate after that verbally with any real verbal words. I mean, you can hear some grunting and some other things, but that's really his last words there.
What's the significance of him stopping speaking?
Well, he's deteriorating, and so you know his condition is deteriorating, and it's being observed by everyone there.
And with respect to his acidosis and hypoxia and aspiration, what, if anything, could be done for Elijah McClain at this point to help those conditions?
I mean, he needs oxygen and fluid. I mean, anyone who's suffering from acidosis and hypoxia needs oxygen and fluid.
Let's go to Officer Green's camera, Exhibit 105, 2258-21 to 2259-39. This is just a couple of minutes later while Aurora Fire is standing there with their pants around. We could play that one.
Still. Stop, dude, don't do it. We haven't even got that far yet. My knee's in his elbow, dude. He ain't going anywhere. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything. 'Cause we haven't got to that far yet.
I don't remember doing it. Okay, so it's come down. Let's see.
I need, yeah, I think she's talking about that part.
Okay, yeah, 500.
Don't do it.
You're good.
Have that as legs right now.
And Dr. Mitchell, from this clip, again, any signs of excited delirium being displayed by Mr. McClain?
No, I mean he's solid at this point. He's really easy to move. He's not combative. He's deteriorated really rapidly within the last couple minutes from when, you know, he's talking to when now he's kind of out of it. So no, there's no evidence of excited delirium here.
And with respect to his hypoxia and acidosis, what's your opinion about what's happening with him here?
Well, I mean, he's succumbing to it. You know, it starts and he's succumbing to it. You know, so it'll be, you know, my opinion that he's in bad shape.
Is there anything that could be done to help Mr. McClain to relieve those conditions at this point?
Yes,
What would that be?
he needs oxygen and fluids.
We can go to Exhibit 105, 2301-50 to 2302-04.
Rugger right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
You always talk to the airfield.
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that.
And obviously that was the EMS giving Mr. McClain the injection. What do you observe about his medical condition at that point?
Well, he's already somnolent. He's already subdued. He's already in a place where he can be moved by the people that are handling him. He's not struggling. Not clear why he's even being given ketamine at that point. There's no reason for it.
Is it medically appropriate to give a patient in that condition ketamine?
No.
And what do you observe about Mr. McClain's position at the time he's being given the ketamine?
Oh, he's in a semi-prone position, so he's kind of face down. Obviously, he has several officers on him. One's pushing his back of his head and his face into the grass, and then the other is on the back of his arm and somewhat on his back and torso. So he doesn't have a clear airway when he's being given the ketamine. Even if the ketamine should have been administered, he doesn't have a clear airway, he doesn't have a clear way to breathe. He's not prepared for that.
Response.
Your Honor, I think Dr. Mitchell is observing what he sees on the video and the position of Mr. McClain's head and the fact that his face is down on the ground and giving his opinion that he doesn't have a clear airway.
All right, so lay a little more foundation for the airway determination.
Dr. Mitchell, what would Elijah McClain need in this situation to have a clear airway?
He would need to be in the complete recovery position. He also would need to be looked at in his nose and mouth to ensure that he didn't have any vomit in his mouth and his nose.
Did you see anyone do that
No,
in this video at any point?
no.
Prior to that injection of ketamine going in, are there things that could have been done to help Mr. McClain improve his medical condition?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation.
Response.
Your Honor, I think Dr. Mitchell has established his experience as a doctor with these types of conditions. He has opinions about what Mr. McClain is suffering from, and he knows what the relevant treatment is. I can ask him if he knows.
Judge, I believe it's also outside his expertise.
The court would find that the opinion would be within the expertise of a doctor and pathologist as he was qualified. You can rephrase.
Dr. Mitchell, in your medical opinion, and given the conditions that you believe Elijah McClain to be suffering from, are there things that could be done to treat that condition before the ketamine is given?
Yes.
What would those be?
Well, he would need a physical examination. So taking his pulse, measuring his breathing, putting a pulse ox on him, measuring his respiratory rate. All of that would need to be done prior to the ketamine administration. And if that was done, then I don't believe that ketamine would have been given if that was done.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Lack of foundation is the judge to ask the court to strike that testimony. There is no foundation on the basis of what should have been done. That he presented.
Well, I'll strike the part would not have been given. Ask the jury not to consider that. Next question.
Mr. Mitchell, excuse me, Dr. Mitchell, do you know, based on your observations of how Elijah McClain is presenting before the ketamine injection, whether there are any things, I understand you said he should be assessed. Are there any things you know of that could have improved his condition at that time?
Oxygen and fluids.
Play exhibit 105, Officer Green, 230336 to 230403. This is the point in time where Mr. McClain is moved from the ground to the gurney.
How's the effective agent? Does he seem a little?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get him on his side, and we'll just let him come to.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay, so man. Okay. We got that?
Careful, he's.
All right. Throw up like this.
Dr. Mitchell, what, do you have any medical opinion about what is happening to Elijah McClain at this point, post-ketamine?
I mean, he's succumbed to the ketamine. He's sedated.
And how do you, how is his hypoxia, acidosis, the things that were going wrong with him?
That still would be present. There was nothing that was done to treat the hypoxia or the acidosis at that point.
Is he in a position now where he is doing any better from this ketamine injection?
No.
And what concerns, if any, would you have about a patient in this condition?
That he's at risk for aspiration, for further aspiration because of the ketamine administration.
Are there things at this point that could have been done to remedy Mr. McClain's medical conditions?
Yes.
What would those be?
I think that assessing him and his breathing, and then having him connected to measuring of his oxygen and measuring of his carbon dioxide is all part of the ketamine administration process. And so having that, I think it would provide those clues to the providers that he was in a critical condition at this point.
Did you see any of that done?
No.
We could do Exhibit 116, Officer Nunez from 2301:18 to 2301:45. And this is again another shot of Mr. McClain on the gurney.
Dale, he's out.
Okay. Yeah.
To the final person, Dave Woodyer.
Yeah.
So we grab this, I got it. Get it back, I want to go up, straight up.
And Dr. Mitchell, do you have any observations from this video as to what Elijah McClain's medical condition is at this point?
Well, you can see a lot of the vomitus and mucus in his nose and mouth coming out. So in the past, when I said he didn't have a clear airway, this is an example of the fact that he did not have a clear airway. It's evident, more evident here in the video than we saw other places, but he clearly needs to be suctioned and needs all of that out in order to make sure that he's properly taken care of.
Someone has a blocked airway. Is that, how much of an emergency is that?
It's an emergency.
Is it life-threatening?
Yes.
Throughout all of these, I would say, is that a good representation of some of the body-worn camera? Obviously, we didn't show everything that he watched, but is that a good representation?
Yeah, I think it shows kind of his continuum from when he's first engaged all the way through the ketamine administration. I think you have a good picture of his condition and what he may have needed during that period of time.
And just in general, can you summarize how the body-worn camera informed your opinion as to Elijah McClain's cause of death?
It was extremely helpful. A lot of those details in the video are not going to be captured in anyone's report or even in their recollection of what happened. So being able to see it myself and then being able to see it multiple times allows me to come to the opinion as to what was going on with Elijah during the time that he's in this encounter.
And can you describe for the jury, when you say complications of ketamine administration, how is that a ketamine overdose? How are those two things the same or different?
Yeah, I mean, complications, there are particular complications that I believe that he had, right? And I believe that he aspirated as a complication. of the ketamine. And so that's a complication of the ketamine administration, the amount and how rapid it was given. The level itself that is found in his body is therapeutic in some reports. So I didn't put overdose or acute ketamine toxicity because I don't think it's purely that complication is purely an overdose in volume and what you can see in the blood. So the acute ketamine administration and the complications really allows me to pinpoint the fact that he's aspirating the gastric contents as a result of the ketamine administration.
Do you have an opinion about whether the actions of the Aurora Fire personnel at that scene caused Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
And what is it?
The ketamine administration was listed in my cause of death as a cause, and so those that administered that ketamine are responsible for the death.
And were there other factors contributing to Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
What were those?
The actions of law enforcement in that violent subdual and restraint, the hypoxia, and the acidosis as a function of that physical restraint.
Why would you give somebody who, assuming somebody had excited delirium, what is the purpose of giving them ketamine?
As a sedative, as a chemical restraint, you would want to give them the ketamine to make them more, to allow for them to comply, so that they can be cuffed and moved and transported without hurting themselves or another.
Does ketamine treat acidosis?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So if a person was suffering from acidosis but was compliant, would there be a reason to give them ketamine?
Not in my experience, no.
Is ketamine administered in the way it was administered here capable of causing serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Is it capable of causing death?
Yes.
Did it have any medical purpose for Mr. McClain in this situation?
Not that I could see, no.
Dr. Mitchell, you've talked a little bit before about one of your functions being to determine a manner of death. Can you remind the jury what that process is?
So there are 5 manners of death: homicide, suicide, accident, natural, and undetermined. Those are the 5 that we have to choose from. And so medically, if the death is at the hands of another, those are often called homicides. And so this fits the criteria: deaths at the hands of another. So I established it as a homicide.
I don't have any further questions for Dr. Mitchell.
All right, folks, we're gonna try to take our mid-morning recess at this time. Again, call, don't inform or express any opinions or discuss the case, do no independent research, and avoid any press coverage. We'll see you back in roughly 15 minutes.
CRP
82806, cross-examination.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Dr. Mitchell. I want to start with some of your background, if we could, that you testified to. Fair to say you are passionate about deaths in custody need to be documented. Is that right?
Yes,
That's kind of been a driving concern of yours, the documentation of deaths in custody. Is that right?
yes,
And you've worked very hard to make that an actual fact in America, that deaths in custody get adequately documented. Is that right?
that's
All right. And that's because basically there was a overall systematic issue of deaths in custody were not being documented. True?
that is right.
And that's a problem, isn't it?
It is.
We want to document all deaths because, as you said, that helps serve public policy and maybe eliminates people dying.
That's right. That's right.
And you've worked very hard to make sure that that gets done.
That's right.
You were able to affect kind of a positive change in the way medicine was practiced. Would you agree with that?
I will hope so.
That was your aim. Is that right?
Every single day.
And part of why the Attorney General's office contacted you on this case is they believe this was a death in custody, correct?
Sustained.
Dr. Mitchell, what information were you given or did you already know when you were approached by the Attorney General's office about this case?
When I was approached for this case, that this was a young man that died in the custody of law enforcement, and the case was undetermined, and they wanted me to take a look to see whether or not there was facts of the case that could be determined.
So there had already been an autopsy finding in this case, is that right?
That is correct.
And that was done by Dr. Stephen Sina, correct?
That is right.
You know Dr. Sina, don't you?
I do.
You know him pretty well. He's a member of the same organization as you are, National Association of Medical Examiners.
I know him professionally, yes.
And you respect him professionally, correct?
I do.
You actually know that he's performed quite a few more autopsies in his career than you have, correct?
He has, yes.
Maybe 4 times as many?
If you say so.
Okay. I think you've estimated before you've done about 2,000 autopsies.
Yeah, a little over 2,000 now.
Okay. And if he estimated he's done about 8,000, my math would be that's about 4 times as many.
That's correct.
Okay. And you actually came out to Colorado as part of your investigation into this case, correct?
I did.
And you could have had slides of microscopic slides sent to your lab. Is that fair to say?
The reason why I came out is because there's a stock jar of tissue that I wanted to look at what was in that stock jar of tissue. Prior to me coming to look at that stock jar of tissue, I did have the slides sent to me. I looked at those slides and determined that I would like to come and take a look at the actual tissue itself and see if there was other slides that could be made that could be helpful.
And during your stay here in Colorado, you actually went and met with Dr. Sina, correct?
I did.
You talked to him about this case, correct?
I did.
You indicated that you went to the scene of where all of this happened. Is that right?
That is correct.
But you went during the daytime, not at night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't really learn anything new from being at the scene, did you?
I did not.
Nothing there certainly factored into your opinions that you've testified to here today, right?
Not any more than the body-worn camera footage, no.
Well, the body-worn camera footage was very important for you, wasn't it?
It was.
And the scene view, not so much. Is that true?
The scene view outside of what I saw it added nothing more to what I saw in the video.
Okay, fair enough.
Mhm.
You relied on, well, let me back up. You said you reviewed Dr. Cena's investigative report that had been done prior to his autopsy. Is that true?
Yes,
And that's what you relied on, that Elijah McClain was an avid runner, correct?
it may have been stated in that.
Or you didn't speak yourself with any friends or family of Elijah McClain, did you?
I did not.
You yourself don't know how avid of a runner Mr. McClain was.
No, I do not.
Your only real information on Mr. McClain prior to his passing is the video of the Shell station, the video of him walking down the street, and then medical records of prior treatment. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. Now, you testified that the initial report, and you put it in your own report, the initial findings of Dr. Cena were the cause of death was undetermined, right?
Yes,
And that's partly why I think you testified the Attorney General's office contacted you.
that is correct.
You've testified that's a finding about 5% of cases, I think.
Depends on the office, but from an accreditation guideline that accreditates offices, they like to see undetermineds to be less than 5%.
Okay. And Dr. Cena, and you know because you included in your own report, also said manner of death was undetermined, right?
That is correct.
And he said contributing factors, intense physical exertion and a narrow coronary artery, right?
Yes, he did.
You certainly would agree with the intense physical exertion part, right?
Sure. That's
You've testified at length about the intense physical exertion Mr. McClain was put through by law enforcement officers, correct?
yes.
Regarding the narrow coronary artery, you testified that you asked a pulmonologist. I'm not impeaching him, I'm just referring back to what he testified to today.
All right, the court will allow you to do so.
Thank you. Dr. Mitchell, I believe you testified earlier today on direct examination that you requested a pulmonologist and an anesthesiologist be contacted, conferred with in connection with Elijah McClain's case.
I did.
You did not request a cardiologist, however, right?
I did not.
You yourself are not a cardiologist, correct?
I am not.
And you had information that a narrow coronary artery was believed by Dr. Cena to be a contributing factor, right?
That is correct.
Dr. Cena, in his initial report, referred to atresia, but he later amended that to say it was atrophic. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Right. Doctor, you yourself do not administer ketamine to anybody, do you?
I do not.
You yourself have never administered ketamine to a live patient, have you?
I have not.
Well, you certainly never administered it to a dead patient either.
I have not.
There'd be no reason to, right?
Not at all.
You're aware of Dr. Cena's opinion that the ketamine here was a therapeutic dose and was not fatal, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of his opinion, yes.
And you yourself say you did not call the ketamine that was administered an overdose, right?
I did not put overdose in my cause of death. That is correct.
All right. I know you testified that you've spent many, many hours, I think were your words, watching body worn camera footage. True?
Yes.
Are you able to approximate at all how many hours?
I would say over 40 hours.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you have the ability to fast forward or rewind if you choose to.
I do.
You can still have particular frames, correct?
Yes.
Did you use headphones so that you could pick up audio better?
Yes.
Fair to say, watching the body worn cameras, sometimes there's lots of people speaking at the same time, right?
Yes.
Having headphones helps you kind of distinguish who's saying what when. True?
That's correct.
In your opinion, well, let me back up a little more. You watched video of Elijah McClain at the Shell station, right?
I did.
You then watched some video of Elijah McClain walking down the street before he was contacted by police officers, right?
Yes.
Elijah McClain is told by police officers to stop. You saw that on the video, correct?
Yes.
Elijah McClain is basically trying to assert his rights to the police officers. Would you agree with that?
I think that's a fair assessment.
But he doesn't comply with what they're telling him to do, right? He doesn't stop when they tell him to stop.
That's correct.
He is speaking to them, and he's speaking rationally at that point, correct?
In my estimation, yes.
But he is not complying with what they're telling him to do either, correct?
As established.
Okay. It's established on the video too, right? You can watch it on the video.
Yes.
It's your opinion, Doctor, that Elijah McClain aspirated prior to fire arriving on scene, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it's your opinion, I mean, your opinion is based on the fact you believe you heard him actually aspirating on the body-worn cameras. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior to fire being.
Yes.
And you believe the fact that he's aspirated vomit into his lungs is contributing to the rapid deterioration that you see, correct?
That is correct.
You testified this on direct that you looked for injuries related to Mr. McClain's struggle with police, correct?
Yes.
And you found injuries that documented his struggle with police, didn't you?
I did.
For instance, you found multiple abrasions on his face and on his body, right?
Yes.
You found petechiae. Did I say that right? Petechiae?
You did.
Okay. Basically, busted blood vessels in his eye, right?
That's correct.
You believe that was due to the karate, right?
The petechiae.
Yes.
Yes.
That could also be due to him trying to breathe, couldn't it? Someone's very hard trying to breathe. Could that cause petechiae as well?
Not often do we see when we describe petechiae, someone trying to breathe as a cause of petechiae.
Okay. You did not mention, but you previously have found that there were also injuries to Mr. McClain's wrists, correct?
Yes.
And you believe that was consistent with not only the handcuffs, but the twist locks that he was put in by police, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, we watched a video clip where one of the officers would you agree with violently putting his arm behind his back and twisting that wrist?
I would agree.
And that amount of violence is what you believe caused those injuries that you saw on his wrists, right?
Yes.
You observed Elijah McClain aspirating and beginning to deteriorate in his condition before fire arrived on scene, right?
Yes.
While he was still only in the custody of police officers, right?
Yes.
And subject to whatever they were doing to him, correct?
Yes.
We all watched a video where it's post-carotid. Mr. McClain is on the ground saying, I'm different. I don't do that stuff. I don't do fighting, right?
Yes.
Basically trying to, I think you testified, explain himself to law enforcement.
Yes.
And it's your belief, I think you testified, that that's where you think he first aspirated into the mass.
Prior to that.
Oh, even prior to that, you believe he aspirated in the mass.
Yes.
Where do you believe that he first aspirated in the mass?
Right after the carotid hold, sometime between the carotid hold and when he's talking again.
Okay. You can't ever tell on the body worn camera when the mask comes off of Mr. McClain, can you?
No, not for certain.
And so is it fair to say there's a little bit of guesswork involved as to when the mask comes off?
Well, there's informed opinion. I wouldn't guess.
Okay. The body worn camera can't totally inform your opinion on that issue, right?
Just the audio. The audio is probably the best information that we have on potentially when the mask comes off, and the fact that the mask has vomitus in it. We know the mask was on at some point when he's vomiting. So those deductive investigative constructs allows for us to kind of get an idea. So the audio in the video, not the video itself.
Okay. And what you're basing that on is basically his voice sounds more muffled at some times and sounds a little bit clearer at other times. Is that right?
That's correct. He's muffled and then he's clear and then he's clear throughout the rest of the duration.
So the aspiration started, you believe, well before fire got on the scene,
Yes.
right? Right. The total interaction with police and the administration of ketamine is approximately 13 minutes.
I think that's a good approximation, maybe a little longer. I think 16 maybe.
Okay. In your opinion, Dr. Mitchell, Mr. McClain not only aspirated, you believe he was suffering from metabolic acidosis and hypoxia at the scene while in the custody of law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And prior to fire arriving on the scene, you believe he was already showing signs of that,
Yes.
of both of those in your opinion, right?
Yes.
You also saw Mr. McClain as part of what you described as his deterioration, as he was staring off into space, right?
I didn't use the term staring off into space, but I believe he was deteriorating. Yes.
Did you ever see, I know you might not use the words, but did you ever see that he appeared to be staring, not particularly focusing on anything?
I don't know if I can answer that. I mean, he's definitely decompensating. for many, and that's observable.
You observed law enforcement asking Mr. McClain some questions prior to fire getting there that he did not respond to, right?
That's correct.
For instance, he was asked, "What are you on? What did you take? What drug did you take?" Right?
Yes,
And you can't hear him respond anything.
that's correct.
You also know that a officer at one point in time said to him, "Hey, are you all right?" And Mr. McClain didn't respond, correct?
That's correct.
All of this is prior to the arrival of EMS or fire, right?
That is correct.
Much of your opinion, for instance, that he had aspirated, that's based on what you could see and could hear on the body worn camera, correct?
And there's, we showed you the lung, there's evidence of aspiration in the lung, and under the microscope, there's evidence of aspiration under the microscope.
Mr. McClain that we can see on video is not bleeding, is he?
No,
How would he be aspirating blood?
and the bloody fluid can be from congestion. Not sure whether or not there was an injury inside of his mouth. We didn't see him bleeding, but he definitely is aspirating blood. There's blood in the airway.
You believe he aspirated vomit in addition, is that right?
Yes,
There's no evidence. Let me back up. We saw the video of Mr. McClain and vomit coming out of his mouth while he's seated on the stretcher, right?
yes,
That's vomit actually coming out, not going back the wrong way, correct?
well, you wouldn't be able to see him having vomiting going, aspirating the vomit. He's breathing at the time he's vomiting in an environment with ketamine. That environment with ketamine, he's not able to control his own airway. So you're not going to be able to see physically the vomit go into his airway.
You didn't see any evidence that he aspirated after the administration of ketamine, did you?
The aspiration after the administration of ketamine is surmised by the administration of ketamine and the vomitus at the time after the vomitus being present at the time after the ketamine is administered.
So that would be the only evidence that he had aspirated post-ketamine administration is the vomit coming out of his mouth?
And again, he has microscopic evidence of aspiration in his lungs.
But you believe that happened pre-administration of ketamine, correct?
You would not be able to tell whether or not that aspiration is pre or post ketamine microscopically. You know that it happened.
And so you're aware, it sounds like you agree with Dr. Sina, who says, I couldn't tell if there was aspiration pre or post ketamine administration. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I take the flip side of that is that aspiration occurred both pre and post ketamine.
You heard what you described as gurgling sounds before fire gets there, correct?
Yes,
And that you believe was Mr. McClain aspirating on some substance, correct?
that is correct.
Don't hear any of those gurgling sounds post-administration of ketamine, correct?
That's correct.
Your opinions that Mr. McClain aspirated are in large part based on what you saw and heard on the body-worn camera video. Is that right?
Again, he aspirated. Not only do we see evidence on body-worn camera video, but again, we have microscopic evidence that he aspirated.
Your opinion that Mr. McClain's condition was deteriorating before a fire gets there is based on the body-worn cameras, right?
Yes,
Your opinion that he was hypoxic and had metabolic acidosis before a fire got there are based on your review of the body-worn cameras, right?
that is correct.
And so you were able to make, Dr. Mitchell, some diagnoses based on your review of body-worn camera footage, right?
That is correct.
And that's without ever seeing Mr. McClain alive, right?
That's right.
That's without ever touching Mr. McClain or checking him for vital signs, right?
That is right.
You were able to assess him and diagnose him without doing any of those things, correct?
That's correct.
From the videos, you could tell when Mr. McClain was breathing, right?
Yes,
For instance, you said when he was on the stretcher, you believe he may have aspirated because he vomited and he was still breathing, right?
yes,
Because you could tell that watching the video,
yes,
that he was both breathing and that vomit came out of his mouth, correct?
yes,
You can tell by watching video that you can't tell the rate, but you can tell his heart is beating, right? Because he's doing things like talking to law enforcement.
I'm sorry, repeat the question. I apologize.
That's okay. You can tell from the body-worn camera that, at least in his initial encounter with law enforcement, and when fire gets there, Mr. McClain's heart is beating.
Yes,
Did you ever attempt to count Mr. McClain's breaths?
no,
You did not observe, you're aware of the term, you know the term agonal breathing?
I do.
You never saw any agonal breathing with Mr. McClain, did you?
No, I mean, some could make the argument that when he's on the gurney, he's agonally breathing, but I didn't recognize agonal breathing as a function of what I saw.
Okay. What you described is he appeared to you on the body-worn camera to still be breathing when he's on the stretcher.
Yeah,
And that's why you testified about the risk of aspiration, because vomit's coming out of his mouth and he's still breathing, right?
yes,
You heard on video after the administration of ketamine, a fire medic saying, we're going to get suction started right quick, right?
I did.
And talking about hooking up monitoring equipment to check his CO2 levels, right?
Yes,
Capnography.
I did.
And what you hear on video is that they're going to move him to the ambulance and start doing those things, correct?
That is correct.
If ketamine had never been given to Mr. McClain, in your opinion, he might have died from what the police officers did to him, right?
I answer that question. I don't know. He needed life-saving measures at that point.
In the autopsies you've done, about 2,000 autopsies, you've never had a case of somebody dying from an overdose of ketamine, have you?
No,
You're aware that Dr. Sina's opinion is that if law enforcement did not cause Elijah McClain to aspirate, he would characterize this death as an accident. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's his opinion.
Okay. Your opinion is that law enforcement did cause Elijah McClain to aspirate, correct?
That is correct.
So at least in that specific regard, you and Dr. Sina differ about that.
We do.
Dr. Sina believes ketamine had an idiosyncratic reaction to Mr. McClain, correct?
I believe Dr. Sina suggests that there could have been an idiosyncratic reaction. If I'm remembering correctly, the comment on the idiosyncratic reaction was in his first autopsy. In the amended autopsy, he explicitly states ketamine as the cause. So I believe that's how I remember it.
How would it affect your own opinion, if at all, to know that Dr. Sina has testified ketamine caused an idiosyncratic reaction in Mr. McClain? I disagree with that.
All right, I'll allow counsel to rephrase if he thinks it was idiosyncratic or not. The jury can determine otherwise.
You don't believe this was an idiosyncratic reaction to ketamine, do you?
I do not.
An idiosyncratic reaction to a drug, just generally speaking, is unpredictable, correct?
Well, idiosyncratic means you don't know. Usually, when it's used that way, it's used with a normal dose per body weight and a reaction that is unknown. We know a lot about how much ketamine was given, and we know a lot about how he responded to the ketamine. So idiosyncratic, I don't think is applicable to the ketamine in this case.
It's important to look at the concentration of a drug in somebody's system. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And in this case, Mr. McClain had 1.4 milligrams of ketamine per liter of blood. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you agree or disagree with Dr. Sina that that's a therapeutic dose of ketamine?
I agree that there are journal articles that talk about a range of therapeutic, but again, every individual based upon body weight is required to have a particular dose, and a dose that can be therapeutic in one can be toxic in another based upon their body weight and their physiology. So
The journals you've reviewed, though, Dr. Mitchell, would put 1.4 in the range of therapeutic, wouldn't it?
again, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Dr. Mitchell, you would describe the altercation, for want of a better word, between Mr. McClain and law enforcement as violent?
Yes.
You've used that term earlier in your testimony. One of the concerns you have is violent use of force against people in custody, correct?
I have an issue with violence in general, as a function of my practice, not just in use of force, but it was a violent altercation for sure.
You testified that Mr. McClain could have been given oxygen and fluids. Is that right, Dr. Mitchell?
Yes,
But you can't say what effect that would have had on him, correct? Whether it would have changed his status or not.
no, I have my opinion that it would absolutely have improved his status.
How does that square with your earlier opinion? If he hadn't been given ketamine, he might have died from what law enforcement did to him?
It squares quite nicely. Had he been given fluids and oxygen instead of ketamine, then that would have been a remedy to what law enforcement had done to him.
From watching and listening to video, and there was a video clip played, in fact, where a medic says, in trying to put Elijah McClain on the gurney, we'll uncuff him. And then an officer responds, let's put him on the gurney first and then we'll uncuff him. Do you recall hearing that exchange?
Yes,
Would that be indicative to you that police were controlling Mr. McClain at that point in time?
I think police's orders were taken. I don't know who was supposed to be in charge of that process, but that comment was responded to. He wasn't uncuffed before he went onto the gurney.
Right. The result was he was put on the gurney and then uncuffed, correct?
That is the result.
How could you tell the difference, or could you tell the difference between aspiration caused by a previous altercation and aspiration as a result of ketamine?
Well, not in isolation. In this particular case, we know that there is vomitus in the mouth of Elijah McClain at the time in which he's giving ketamine. He's still breathing at that time. We know that there is vomitus, evidence of a large amount of vomitus in his mouth when ketamine has its full effect. And then the prior, we have evidence that he's aspirating. The concrete evidence of aspiration in general that I testified that histologically under the microscope, I can't tell you where that aspiration, if that aspiration happened before or after ketamine. In the tissue itself, we know that there's aspiration. It's the circumstances in which we observe where I can establish an opinion that he has the aspiration before and after.
But you don't hear it after like you heard it before, right?
That is correct.
Dr. Mitchell, in your opinion, can CPR cause petechiae?
You don't often see, petechiae in CPR. We see a lot of CPR in forensic medicine, and we don't usually see petechiae in CPR.
Okay.
Now, vigorous CPR, you can have, some hemorrhage, but that's not something that we see.
Can CPR cause aspiration?
CPR can cause gastric contents to enter into the airway. Yes.
And that would, by definition, be aspiration, right?
Yeah, by definition, we're using the term aspiration as an active breathing against fluid without CPR. But if someone has a full stomach and there's vigorous CPR, then and they're breathing, they have to be breathing. Usually individuals that are receiving CPR are not breathing.
It's rare for forensic pathologist to consult with outside experts, isn't it?
No, it shouldn't be. There's,
Well, that's two different things, though, whether it is
Yeah.
or whether it should be, right, Dr. Mitchell?
that is two different things, unfortunately, but there's a series of reports. I won't go into, one of them is the NAS report. It's really says that medical examination, forensic pathology should be close to a university so that those types of things those collaborations can happen. In my practice, it is not unusual for that to happen in most forensic pathology practices. So cardiac pathology is something that a heart will routinely go out to an expert in cardiac pathology. Neuropathology is another area of consultant that a forensic pathologist uses.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but the
Okay.
cardiac pathology, referring it out to a cardiologist, that didn't happen here, right?
Yeah, and it did not happen here, to answer your question, and the heart wouldn't be referred out to a cardiologist, it would be referred out to a cardiac pathologist. And that's a common practice, particularly if you have a heart that you think may have caused the death in a sudden death of a young person, then you might want to bring in a cardiac pathologist to review that heart. Same thing with a neuropathologist.
Is there such a thing as a pulmonary pathologist?
I mean, there's such thing as pulmonary pathology, right? And there are some that there's no fellowship in pulmonary pathology that I'm aware of, but there are people that spend time in pulmonary pathology in and around tumors. There's good books and study materials surrounding pulmonary pathology, but pulmonary pathology is not something that we normally will send out to a pathologist to review. That's something that the general pathologist will review on his own.
Right. And it wasn't done here.
Pulmonary pathology nor cardiac pathology was done here. A neuropathologist was consulted as part of my request. But at that point, the brain had been, there wasn't much to find.
Okay. And I guess it's obvious, but you yourself are not a cardiac pathologist, right?
Well, I spent a lot of time doing cardiac pathology. I teach cardiac pathology for Howard University's second-year medical students and my residents. I have a research project right now ongoing in cardiac pathology. There's no board in cardiac pathology, so you can't become board certified in cardiac pathology, but you can concentrate on it as a pathologist, and I concentrate on cardiac pathology.
Did you have a chance to examine the actual heart in this case, Elijah McClain's heart?
Just gross photos, and then the stock jar. So pieces of tissue from the heart were kept from his heart. And so that was another one of the reasons why I wanted to go and look at those pieces of tissue to see what was left from the heart. And after my review, we put in more sections to look under the microscope of the heart, because I wanted to see if there was any fibrosis, anything that would make me believe that he was succumbing to a narrowed or an atretic or an atrophied coronary artery. So we did more of an extensive review of his heart muscle when I got involved.
You said that you were not able to review a photo of the narrowed artery. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can I take from that you also were not able to actually observe the part of the heart where there would have been a narrowed artery?
That is correct.
And is that because the heart was already destroyed at that point?
Well, I wouldn't use the term destroyed. I would say that it was sectioned, and the part of the heart that would have had that narrow coronary artery wasn't available for me to review.
Okay. So whatever happened to it, you were not able to examine the heart and that area of the heart.
Well, it was established where that narrowed coronary artery was.
Right.
If we trust that Dr. Sina knows that, right?
Do you trust that he knows that?
Well, the doubt comes because he used terms that weren't correct in his report. So because he used terms that weren't correct, it could just be a mistake that he used those terms and he knows what he saw. It just wasn't the term that he used in the report.
He used atretic instead of atrophic. Right?
Yeah. And that's a significant difference,
Right.
right, for cardiac pathology. But that being said, I treated my investigation of the heart as if that narrowing existed.
Okay.
So to do that, the blood supplies, proximal is close, distal is away. So the blood supplies the muscle. You can look at the muscle distal to the narrowing or farther away from the narrowing to see whether or not it had been impacted by that narrowing. So we extensively looked at the myocardium to see whether or not there was an effect on that heart muscle, and we saw normal heart muscle.
All right.
So if it indeed existed, and let's say it did not affect the functioning of the heart.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay. Need a break or anything? You good to
No.
go?
I'm good to go.
All right. I want to talk to you about some of your testimony here today and follow up on some things that my colleagues have asked you, both for the prosecution and then just most recently, Mr. Pello. If at any point in time you're confused about my question, just let me know and I'm happy to rephrase it, okay?
Thank you.
All right. So just a little bit more about your background. Is it fair to say that you're not a licensed physician, in Colorado?
I'm not.
Okay. And you've never, although you've performed autopsies in your career, you've never been hired by a Colorado jurisdiction to perform autopsies in Colorado.
That is correct.
Okay. And you currently live and work in Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes.
And I think you said that your testimony was that just within the past week or so, you ascended to a new position as the chief medical officer for the ambulatory outpatient care at Howard University. Is that right?
That is correct.
Been in that position about 1 week?
No, I've been in that position for over a year, but I've been doing double duty for a year.
They just decided to formally recognize it about a week ago.
Seeing that we're on the record. Yes.
Congratulations, sir. Prior to that, you were the chair and a professor in pathology at Howard University, correct?
That's correct. I'm still a tenured professor there at Howard.
Okay. Now, in that capacity, do you perform autopsies in that capacity, or was the majority of your autopsy work when you were in the coroner's office in Texas and New Jersey and then in DC?
No, I still perform autopsies. And matter of fact, I performed an autopsy earlier this week.
Okay. Now, when, and I just for clarification for the jury and for me as well, I know you talked about there are different types of pathology where samples of certain organs of the body might be sent to a pathologist to examine. Are those characterized as autopsies as well?
No, though that surgical pathology is when an individual comes in and there's a biopsy of a prostate for someone who's worried about prostate cancer. Those prostate biopsies would go to a surgical pathologist and that surgical pathologist is looking under the microscope to make the diagnosis. That's surgical pathology. Now, autopsy pathology does take sections and looks under the microscope as a function of the autopsy, but autopsy, as you can surmise, is exclusively on individuals that are no longer living.
Okay. And autopsies in those cases are head to toe, external, internal examination of a deceased individual.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you did not perform the autopsy in this case, correct?
I did not.
And you were hired by the prosecution in this case, I think, in thereabouts. I'm not asking for an exact date, but around January of 2021. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier today that you are compensated financially at the rate of $500 an hour for your review of materials and drafting your reports and your opinions. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're compensated a flat fee of $3,500 a day for testimony,
Yes.
like today.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had testified you've been working on this case for multiple years. As a result of that, you've actually testified. I think this is now your fourth time providing testimony. Do I have that right?
It's my third trial. I think probably fourth time. I think I came back a second day on one of the cases.
Okay. And so you testified earlier that you've received about $60,000 total for your work on this case thus far. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's an estimate.
Now, to be clear, that's $60,000 is what's been invoiced up to this point, correct?
That's correct.
And so that doesn't account for the total amount because that number is still growing, correct?
Yeah, I'm here today, so I haven't invoiced for this the work that I've done today.
Okay. You gave some testimony about some of the well, actually, before I go there, you've talked about being a forensic pathologist and your work in pathology. When was the last time, other than say surgical pathology, when was the last time you actually treated a patient in like a clinical setting, hands-on with a patient?
Hands-on with a patient would have been during residency. We run a fine needle aspiration clinic, so that would have probably been 2005 since I dealt with a patient issue that wasn't quality and safety related.
Okay. You testified to a number of things that you reviewed in this case to prepare your report and deliver your opinions. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you actually, in your report, listed the things that you reviewed in your involvement in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And one of the things that I noticed was not listed, and so I just want to clarify, you in the 2.5, 3 years that you've been involved in this case, at no time did you review the EMS protocols from Aurora Fire. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have if I'm looking at my report, there is one.
Well, so doctor, I'm gonna just for the record, if you need to refresh your recollection with respect to whether or not you reviewed the protocols, please do so. I don't want you to necessarily testify to other things you have reviewed. Just let me ask you those questions.
Copy that. Thank you. So no, I do not have anything on my list that says the EMS protocols.
Okay. But I think what you wanted to testify to was that you did in fact review the pre-hospital ketamine training that was provided to AFR by one Travis Chambers. Is that right?
That's correct. That's the extent of the protocol or training I've seen.
And you would agree with me that in that training, none of those slides actually contained any protocols, correct?
That's correct.
So, for example, I think you testified early on today. And just to be clear, so we're on the same page. I know you have indicated to this jury that you have testified 4 times. This is the 4th time that you're testifying in this case. When I'm asking you about that you have testified, unless I'm directing you to a date other than today's date, I'm talking about your testimony today.
Understood.
Okay, all right. I think it's helpful for us to be on the same page in that regard. So earlier in your testimony today, you indicated that you held the opinion that the ketamine administration here in this case was done as a chemical restraint. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know you haven't reviewed the AFR protocols, as you just said, but are you aware that in those protocols that the AFR protocol forbids a sedative being used as a chemical restraint? I asked if he was aware, so he's going to tell us whether or not there's foundation.
Well, rephrase, counsel was testifying.
Okay. In your review of materials in this case, and I know you've reviewed a vast number of materials, are you aware that there's a prohibition in AFR protocols against using ketamine as a sedative, as a chemical restraint?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Would you agree with me that, and you testified a little bit earlier about symptoms of excited delirium, do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the symptoms of excited delirium, those are serious medical conditions, correct?
They can be.
Okay. And so treating them would be necessary to treat a serious medical condition to treat it medically, correct?
Yet, yes, you should treat serious medical conditions medically.
Okay. Now, you were also asked both on direct and a little bit on cross-examination by Mr. Pello about injuries that you observed from the altercation, from Mr. McClain's altercation with the police. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you listed, abrasions, this petechial hemorrhaging, and you talked about the onset of hypoxia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Pello asked you about also the wrist injuries that you observed, correct?
Yes.
You would also agree with me that the acidosis that you've described, that is also an injury from the altercation with police in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the aspiration events, particularly the first 2 aspiration events that you described before EMS arrival, that those are injuries that occurred from the altercation with police, correct?
Yes, they can be identified as injuries.
Okay. Well, certainly there was evidence on autopsy that they were an injury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also testified that your review of the hospital records and the AFR and Falk PCR reports were part of your review in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about in your review of the hospital records specifically that basically his, I'm trying to remember the words you used, but I don't think I got it. But basically his process of care in the hospital were life-saving measures. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
You would also agree from review of the Falk PCR report and the AFR PCR report that EMS was also trying to save his life while they had him in the ambulance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You said something interesting, and I wanted to explore this a little further. When you said in your review of the, sorry, I've got a tickle in my throat. I'm not sure where that came from. Your review of the AFR and Falk PCR reports, you said there was some indication of that they were trying to find apparatus to monitor. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
I believe when I reviewed it, there was capnography that would assess his carbon dioxide level that was not in the kit that they were looking for, an attempt to be able to utilize the capnography. So that was part of the narrative within the EMS report.
And just to be clear, they couldn't locate that capnography monitoring equipment once they got into the ambulance. It wasn't in the place it was normally stored in the ambulance, correct?
That's how I read it, yes.
Okay. You talked then, or you testified on direct. I think you were talking about, you kind of gave an overview of Mr. McClain's, you were asked to give an overview of Mr. McClain's condition from the Shell station video to when EMS arrived on scene. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And during that description, you described Mr. McClain after he was contacted by law enforcement as being brought to the ground and communicating with police, but he's brought to the ground and at times on his side, at times maybe prone because of the way he's being handled, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, that's because of the way he's being handled by police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you indicated that at that point in time, you believe that he started to slowly decline. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that you believe that at that point in time, the metabolic acidosis from the struggle and the altercation began to accumulate.
And the aspiration.
Right,
Yes.
but just, so I want to break them down and handle one at a time, but you believe at that point the metabolic acidosis, from the struggle and the altercation began to accumulate, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in and of itself, that metabolic acidosis can be fatal, correct?
Yeah, metabolic acidosis can be fatal.
Okay, and then we've talked about, and we'll talk a little bit more about the aspiration as you've indicated. You were then shown Exhibit 134. I don't expect you to know the prosecution's exhibit list, so I'll tell you that's the Shell video. Do you recall seeing that video?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated, I believe, on direct that that video helped inform your medical opinions in this case, correct?
It did.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that that video was taken prior to either the paramedics, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Cichuniec, having any kind of contact with Mr. McClain on August 24th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, and certainly that video wasn't available to them on scene that night, correct?
I don't know what was available to them.
Okay, well, in all the voluminous body-worn camera video you reviewed, do you ever see them reviewing any video?
I did not see them reviewing video.
Okay. You indicated, then you were shown Exhibit 101, which was Officer Woodyard's body-worn camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you, at least initially with the initial contact, you described Mr. McClain as being oriented ×3, correct?
Yes.
That he was communicating, correct?
Yes.
And that he seemed normal, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've reviewed all the body-worn camera video in this case, both pre and post EMS arrival. You would agree with me that those three things that you just identified, that was, first of all, EMS wasn't on scene when that happened, correct?
That's correct.
And they were never provided that information by law enforcement, correct?
Provided what information?
Well, they were never provided that Mr. McClain was oriented ×3 by law enforcement, correct?
All I have is what is on body worn. So if it's not on body worn, then I don't know what communication happened between EMS and law enforcement.
Well, that's a fair point. And I know we have body-worn camera from a lot of officers and a lot of different angles that we've seen and that you've seen. But is it fair to say that on the body-worn camera videos that you've reviewed, you never heard a law enforcement officer tell the paramedics or anybody from EMS that he was oriented ×3?
No, I never heard those words used for law enforcement to EMS.
And you never heard them tell them that he seemed normal in his communications?
No, I did not hear him say that they were normal.
Okay. You were then shown further video from Officer Woodyard's body worn camera. I believe we're now at the 2246 .0 or colon 002 4820. So that 2-minute and 20-second section. I think you had testified that you hear Elijah McClain on that body worn camera because at that point it's been knocked off, and so we don't have video, we just have audio, correct?
Yes,
And you say you can hear Elijah McClain in what you perceive to be him saying and doing things after the carotid hold had been applied, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And he says, "I can't breathe" a number of times, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You would agree with me that in the body worn camera footage that you reviewed, extensively reviewed in this case, at no time did law enforcement ever relay to the paramedics once they arrived on scene that Mr. McClain claimed he couldn't breathe?
no, I don't remember that being said to from law enforcement to EMS.
Okay. And it's during this section of body worn camera video from Officer Woodyard that you have identified the first incident of what you believe is aspiration. You believe to be Mr. McClain vomiting into his mask and aspirating from that vomit, correct?
Yes,
And I believe you testified that all of this is important to you because that would be the beginning of the hypoxia. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that in your extensive review of the body worn camera video footage in this case, law enforcement never relayed to the paramedics that Mr. McClain vomited in his mask, correct?
From the body worn camera footage, no, I don't know if they said he vomited in his mask or not.
Well, you never heard that in any of the video you reviewed, correct?
That is correct. I never heard that.
Okay. And you stated that, I think in your testimony on direct, that all of this that you were describing, you know, that, and I think you went on to describe that, you know, he after the carotid, he probably lost consciousness, and so when he comes back to, he sounds confused, but you can understand him, and it doesn't sound bizarre. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. And then I think you provided the testimony that all of this goes, at least in your mind, against the notion that he was suffering from excited delirium, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But you would also agree with me that all of that information you just assessed, none of that was provided to EMS on the videos that you reviewed, correct?
That's correct.
You were then shown a different exhibit, Exhibit 104, which I believe was Officer Rosenblatt's body-worn camera. So this is body-worn camera of the same incident, but from a different angle. Is that correct?
So much video. If you would describe it, I can answer.
Well, suffice it to say that each of these videos are from a different perspective. Is that
Yes.
fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So Mr. Rosenblatt's video is going to be from a different perspective as Mr. Woodyard's.
Yes.
Okay. And here we started viewing this with you on direct examination at 22:50:05 for about 40 seconds of Officer Rosenblatt's camera. And there you hear Mr. McClain. I think he testified, he made the statement on the video that I can't breathe correctly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then he vomits in that scene, and that's where what you have identified as the second incident of aspiration. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that that again happens before EMS arrives, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me based upon your extensive review of the body-worn camera video footage, you don't recall ever hearing law enforcement relay that Mr. McClain had vomited in this incident to paramedics, correct?
Can you ask the question again? Because there's times where he vomits in the presence of EMS. So there's vomit on the ground. So they're aware that he vomited, but ask your question again. I apologize.
So you don't know what paramedics are aware of and what they're not aware of. You don't know what's going through their mind. Is that fair?
That's correct. That's
Okay. So my question is specifically about what was told to them.
I see.
Okay. I'm not asking you to guess what they're aware of or speculate about what they might have perceived from the scene. My question is specifically about what was told to them. Okay.
got it.
Now, you recall from your extensive review of the body-worn camera in this case that the paramedics were not informed by law enforcement of this aspiration event, correct?
Check to these questions. Typing the video, when you have not on his medical opinion, what happened?
Right, response.
Well, him viewing what happened, I think it's I think it's pretty patently obvious that it forms his medical opinion. That's all he's testified to here today. But if the court wants me to preface every question with, does this impact your medical opinion? I certainly can do that. I think that's what he's testifying to.
All right. Well, based upon the case law that the court has reviewed, if there's something on a video or audio tape that is of common understanding, that the witness is not to just testify about what the witness or expert witness in this case is seeing or hearing. So I'll sustain the objection with respect to that. I'm not going to direct how you do your examination, but
Fair enough, Your Honor. Doctor, is it fair to say that you've provided some pretty extensive testimony today about things you believe could have been done at various points during this scene?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in testifying about things that could have been done, it would be important to know what individuals on scene were aware of and what they knew?
Yes.
Okay. So in that regard, as it relates to your medical opinion about things that could have been done, you would agree with me that in your extensive review of the body-worn camera video footage in this case, that the information about Mr. McClain vomiting at this aspiration, what you have declared as the aspiration event number 2, that was not relayed to EMS, correct? That you heard?
That is correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that these 2 aspiration events that you have identified that support your medical opinion, that you determined those? I know there's evidence of aspiration on autopsy, but I'm talking about the timing of the aspiration events. You've identified those by your review of the body-worn camera, both viewing and listening to that video. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. You talked about on testimony on direct that at that point in time, whether anything could have been done to assist Mr. McClain with his hypoxia and acidosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that they could have sat him up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the they you're referring to is the police, correct? At that point in time of the incident?
Can you remind me of the time stamp?
Sure. It would have been right after you identified, so it would have been on Rosenblatt's camera, 225201 to 225300. So that's before EMS arrived, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you were asked if at that point in time, because I think you had testified that what you had observed on the video was examples of the effects of hypoxia and acidosis in Mr. McClain at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked what, if anything, could have been done at that point to help Mr. McClain. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated that they could have sat him up. Do you recall testifying to that?
I do.
And so the they you're referring to is the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you were shown video from Officer Rosenblatt's camera at 22:54:03. And by then, or right then, that's when EMS arrives, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And what you observed on the video and were then asked about on direct examination after playing that video was essentially law enforcement telling Mr. McClain to stop it, to chill out, and then they actually pick him up and slam him to the ground. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. And Mr. McClain made a statement, "I can't fix myself." Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you opined that, or testified earlier, that that information was important to you medically because he was expressive in communicating and responding to pain. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you are viewing that all in the context of all the video you had seen up to that point and reviewed up to that point. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had testified on direct that what you had seen in that portion of the video, that there was not anything new in that portion of the video that you had seen before. Do you remember saying that?
That would inform the comments on excited delirium, whether or
Okay.
not he was suffering or not suffering from excited delirium.
But it's fair to say that that would have all been new information to the paramedics who had just arrived on scene. Fair?
I think in the question is that for me, I saw the whole video. So when you said nothing new, that's the question I'm answering, is that the question I was asked on direct was, is it nothing new in relationship to my medical opinion as to whether or not he was suffering from excited delirium? And that's why I said it was nothing new.
Correct. It was nothing new for you.
That's
Because-
correct.
But it would have been new information for them because they had just arrived on scene, correct?
Again, I've been instructed not to say what I thought they knew or didn't know, and only to what they've been told. So I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. Well, they weren't on scene for all that other stuff that you had reviewed and were taking into consideration, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now you had testified that during this section of when you were viewing kind of what Mr. McClain was doing, that you perceived that as him attempting to get in a position to breathe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that somebody who didn't have the full context of the video that you had, that it could have been mistaken for resistance, his actions.
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. So you weren't shown this portion of the body-worn camera video by the prosecution on your direct, but in your number of hours in reviewing the video, do you recall what information was relayed by police to paramedics when they arrived on scene?
From what I understand, what I reviewed, they were told that he was put in the carotid hold. They also were told that, I'll forget the language correct exactly. You asked me the question, I might be able to answer it, but they did provide information to how Elijah McClain was behaving, or their perception of how he was behaving prior to their arrival.
So for instance, they told him that they were involved in a prolonged struggle with him? I'm
Response.
not narrating the video. I'm asking him what he recalls, what he recalls hearing on the video. It's foundational to ask him a question about how that may have impacted his medical opinion.
Okay, if framed in that context, the court will I'll allow you to do so. So sustained in part and overruled in part.
Do you recall them being told that they had been struggling and fighting with Mr. McClain for a number of minutes? If I can lay the foundation, Your Honor, I will.
All right, let's get to it.
I'm trying. Do you recall hearing that?
Yeah, I believe that, the exact words, I don't remember at this moment, but I know that they relayed that they were in a struggle with Elijah McClain.
Okay. And that would be important medically because people who are in a prolonged struggle can suffer from metabolic acidosis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You recall them also being told that he speaks English, but he's not making any sense.
Objection.
Judge, this is going to take forever if she keeps objecting. I'm laying the foundation and I'm asking medical opinion questions.
All right, the court will again find that you may do so, but please do so.
Okay. So, Doctor, you've opined and given the opinion that based upon your review of all the video in this case, you didn't believe Mr. McClain was suffering from excited delirium. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that one of the symptoms of excited delirium might be an altered mental state. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall hearing on the video, law enforcement tell the paramedics when they arrived on scene that Mr. McClain spoke English, but he was not making any sense?
I do remember them giving commentary such.
Okay. Being told that Mr. McClain was not answering their questions.
I believe so, yes.
Being told that Mr. McClain displayed superhuman strength.
I agree, sustained.
Okay. Well, your medical opinion, I think you were even asked on direct whether or not you observed from the video whether or not Mr. McClain was demonstrating superhuman strength. You remember being asked that question?
I don't remember being asked this.
Hold on. I didn't hear the objection. No, I don't have that in my notes, so at least today.
Okay. I think earlier today you testified after watching Mr. Green's body-worn camera video for a portion of the incident that you had described Mr. McClain as kind of out of it. Do you recall saying that?
Yes,
Okay. And would you agree with me that somebody being kind of out of it could be construed as an altered mental state?
again, I don't know what the other observers would have suggested that out of it would have been, because he was somnolent and he was succumbing to his acidosis and needed care.
Okay. So you also testified on direct. You were shown a portion of the video when Mr. McClain receives the medication of ketamine. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes,
Okay. And you testified at that point in time that you're not clear why he was getting ketamine. Do you recall that?
I do.
That's based upon your review of all the body-worn camera footage, correct?
Everything that I looked at.
Okay. And you were also asked whether or not you believe there was a medical reason for him to receive ketamine. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you testified no, correct?
That is correct.
And that's based on your belief and opinion that Mr. McClain was not suffering from excited delirium, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Had he been suffering from excited delirium, in your opinion, there would have been a medical reason to give him ketamine, correct?
I'll leave that to the jurisdiction in which ketamine is given for excited delirium.
Fair enough, and I understand you haven't reviewed the protocols, so fair enough. I want to now talk about some of the questions that you were asked about aspiration. And specifically, I want to draw your attention to that portion of the video that was played for you with Elijah McClain on the gurney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I recall your testimony and I wrote it down, so tell me if I wrote it down wrong. You said that at that point in time with him on the gurney, and you were talking about kind of that emesis or fluid coming out of his mouth. You testified that at that point in time, he's at risk for further aspiration. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. But you did not, like you did in the other portions of the video, identify that as an area where he certainly aspirated, correct? That was not your opinion.
I said that he was at risk of that aspiration for sure.
But there's a difference between being at risk for aspiration and actually aspirating, correct?
Based upon the actual, the answer is yes.
Okay.
But based upon the video, there is a surmising of aspiration because he's breathing and he has all of this fluid in his mouth.
Well, unlike the other 2 points in the body-worn camera video, you were not able to, and in fact did not point out a specific spot in the video where you believe he did in fact aspirate. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. You also testified that at that point in time, it was your belief that he did not have a clear airway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But there's a difference between not having a clear airway and not being able to breathe, correct?
Not having a clear airway is going to affect your ability to breathe.
Right. But in fact, you've testified that you do in fact see him breathing on the gurney. So we know he doesn't have an occluded or a cut off airway. Fair?
There's no point in the whole episode that he has an occluded or completely obstructed airway.
And that's fair. And I just want to clarify that the testimony that he doesn't have a clear airway, you're not saying that doesn't mean he's either stopped breathing or can't breathe.
No, I'm not saying that he's not breathing. I'm saying that his breathing is compromised.
Okay. And you were asked on direct about things that could have been done once the ketamine was administered and he was moved to the gurney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that the things that could be done at that point were to be monitoring his breathing and connecting him to equipment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your review of the video, you did observe, in fact, that, and it's been documented in the Falk PCR report, that his breathing was at least being monitored visually by paramedic Walker, correct?
Yes.
And the connecting to the equipment, that was done in this case in the ambulance, correct?
It was done.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the ambulance is mere feet away from where Mr. McClain is on the gurney, correct?
I believe it's nearby. I didn't see it in the video exactly where it was.
Okay. Now, I think you testified on direct when you were being asked about, I think you were asked point blank and direct whether ketamine treats acidosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that ketamine does treat the causes of acidosis, correct?
I'm not an anesthesiologist, but my experience with understanding ketamine is an anesthesia, and it is a induction agent. It can treat pain. It can treat some mental health disorders. But I have not in my review seen that it treats acidosis.
Okay. But you would agree with me that ketamine is a sedative, correct?
It is a sedative.
Okay. And that ketamine is designed, particularly in circumstances with excited delirium, to calm a patient down.
Intended to sedate a patient.
Okay. Because the struggling that occurs with a patient who is suffering from excited delirium, particularly one who is being restrained by law enforcement, is the concern that you will get metabolic acidosis, correct?
So the metabolic acidosis, I guess, to the premise of your question, is maybe to prevent metabolic acidosis by sedating them. But it's not a treatment of metabolic acidosis once its metabolic acidosis is already present.
So not only to prevent metabolic acidosis, but to prevent further metabolic acidosis from developing. Is that fair?
Well, in and of itself, if the altercation is gone and that person is sedated, there is no prevention of the metabolic acidosis. If further acidosis, if an individual is laying and somnolent and not engaged in an altercation and not active and not creating an environment where the muscle is breaking down to cause the acidosis, then the ketamine is not going to prevent further metabolic acidosis.
Okay.
To the point that you're making, that it sedates someone and stops them from being extremely active, that would be causing more acidosis.
Are you aware of excited delirium cases where a patient who is suffering from excited delirium and struggles with law enforcement may get tired or worn out?
Yes.
And then once they recover, they continue to fight?
I don't know of those cases, no.
Okay. You testified in this regard that you're not an anesthesiologist, but would it change your opinion if you knew that Dr. Damon Robinson, who is an anesthesiologist, testified? Well, can I ask the question?
I can't hear that. Objection to these asking.
Yeah, you might need the microphone for your objections because I can't hear you, neither can the court reporter.
Objection to the extent he's asking the witness to comment on another witness's testimony.
Response?
I'm asking an expert to comment on another expert's opinion, which Dr. Mitchell has been asked repeatedly on direct and cross in this case. The question was, although I wasn't allowed to finish it, was would it change your opinion? So that's a proper question.
All out.
You testified you're not an anesthesiologist, but would it change your opinion about ketamine not being a treatment for, not being used to treat acidosis if you were aware that Dr. Damon Robinson, who is an anesthesiologist, told this jury that in the context of excited delirium, someone with acidosis would be expected to receive ketamine? Would that change your opinion?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Sustain.
Would it change your opinion if you knew Dr. Robinson had testified the whole premise of giving ketamine is for excited delirium, and the reasons we're doing that is because there is likely metabolic acidosis? Certainly during any form of exertion, you can have lactic acid buildup, and that's what we're trying to prevent with the administration of ketamine.
Objection, that misstates the evidence and is misleading to the jury.
Well, as an officer of the court, I believe that's a direct quote of his testimony yesterday, so I do not believe it misstates the evidence.
Okay. Well, I'll allow it to be explored on redirect. It's up to the jury to decide what the witnesses have testified to. And that's what you're to rely upon, not upon the memories of the attorneys.
Doctor, you need me to repeat the question?
No, I think it's a pretty straightforward question. I would say no.
That doesn't change your opinion?
No.
Okay. And finally, you had testified on cross-examination with Mr. Pello about, he was asking you about ketamine overdose. You recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you did not list ketamine overdose as a cause of death in your report and in your opinion, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, in your report, you do not assert that the level of ketamine in this case was a toxic level, correct?
It's not a toxic level in and of itself to cause death.
Okay. And if you believed that the ketamine overdose had caused the death of Mr. McClain, you would have wrote that in your opinion, correct?
if I believe the ketamine by itself would have caused the death, then I would have written the ketamine by itself would have caused the death.
Okay. But the words you use were complications of ketamine overdose, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Doctor, I really appreciate your time. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Could I have a council approach, please? All right, we're going to take our lunch break. It's noon. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. If you could be back at 1:30, we will continue with the testimony. All right, the witness may step down. We'll see you at 1:30. Please be seated. Anything before we break?
Not for Mr. Cooper, Your Honor.
All right. I'm sure folks are aware, I'm the one that decides whether a question is proper or not. The court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 2806. We now have all the parties, I believe, in council present. Anything before the jurors return?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Jurors entry. The jurors have returned. The parties and counsel are present. The court will formally recall 21 CR 2800, People v. Cooper, and 21 CR 2806, People v. Cichuniec. Dr. Mitchell is on the witness stand, still under oath. You may do your redirect.
Dr. Mitchell, I want to go back and talk about your autopsy review and findings about Elijah McClain's heart. Could you say, what is your expertise in evaluating cardiac issues on autopsy?
Well, as part of my training, we're taught how to section the heart, meaning how to dissect the heart and look at the heart for coronary artery disease or the main vessels, to assess the valves, because there's 4 valves that open and shut of the heart. It kind of separates the chambers of the heart, the blood flow, when the size of the heart is enlarged, and what that means on the rest of the physiology of the body, and size of the wall, and then under the microscope, how the structure, microscopic structure of the heart is affected by many types of diseases. So not only do I have that training, but I teach it. I teach it to medical students and I teach it to residents as a function of my profession.
And are you doing that in current or recent times, the teaching?
Yeah, October is cardiovascular pathology month for the second-year medical students. So all of October, I have about 9 or 10 lectures and then laboratory. And then again, this past week, I had a case of an individual who died from their cardiovascular disease naturally. And I teach that to my residents while we're doing the autopsy and then afterwards.
And on cross, you were explaining some of your rationale in terms of, where this artery is in the heart and what you viewed about that. And I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to articulate your full opinion as to why you do not think any narrowed coronary artery had any role in Elijah McClain's death.
Yeah, I mean, the coronary arteries are the first vessels that come off of the aorta. The aorta is the main vessel that comes off the heart, drops down, and provides blood to the rest of our body, all the way to our fingertips and to our toes. Those coronary arteries serve the heart. They bring oxygen to the heart. That's why blood goes to any tissues to bring oxygen to it and then take waste away. The heart outside of the brain is the most sensitive organ to lack of oxygen. And if there's decreased blood flow to the heart, then you're going to see that over time. You're going to see that with scarring. We call it fibrosis. So when we took additional sections of the heart, the original physician took sections of the heart, which were some, and then we went back and we took more because we wanted to see, are there any other areas that may be impacted by the so-called narrowing of the coronary artery, and so we took more sections, looked under the microscope, and there aren't changes that would be consistent with any major effect, any effect of narrowing of the coronary arteries on the heart.
And from Elijah McClain's medical history, as you understood it, did you have any reason to doubt there was no involvement of the heart in his death?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
I wanted to clarify something, a question that Mr. Pello had asked you, and this was about Dr. Sina's findings with respect to the heart. Did Dr. Sina find that a narrowed coronary artery had any contribution to Elijah McClain's death?
Not ultimately. Remember, there was an original examination that was undetermined. A lot of information wasn't available to that original pathologist. That information became available, and then another opinion was issued. And in that second opinion, the heart findings were not in that second opinion.
And even in his first opinion, is it fair to say he didn't find it a cause? He just found it a contributing factor?
That is correct.
What does that mean, a contributing factor?
Contributing means that it is not the primary cause of death, but could affect the primary cause of death. And it's usually other diseases that are not the primary cause of death would be the contributing cause.
And then he ultimately decided it wasn't even a contributing cause?
That is correct.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you able to rule out any heart issue as a cause of Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about being passionate about this recording of deaths in custody. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why is that an important issue to you?
You know, there are people in our community, in our society, that are vulnerable, and so I've always been taught to look into those vulnerabilities and try to capture why someone's dying for particular reasons. Another example is substance use, or I used the opioid overdose as an example in the past. So drug addiction and opioid overdoses is important. And I was part of a leading group of physicians in the country that were capturing these overdose deaths properly so that the Centers for Disease Control could make policy. So I think it's important to have forensic medicine. Forensic medicine is not just for the courtroom. Really, forensic medicine's impact is in public health.
On cross, we were talking about the cause of death that you had and the fact that you didn't call it an overdose. And I think you said that it wasn't a toxic level in and of itself. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that that Elijah McClain should have been given a lower dose based upon his body weight of ketamine. And so the dose that he received of the ketamine was more than he should have gotten. By definition, that's an overdose of the ketamine. When you have overdose that causes death, then usually that cause of death is not competing with or adding to another cause. Elijah McClain's case is a bit complex because he was suffering prior to getting the ketamine that had him suffer more. So the ketamine was not a solution or antidote to his condition when he got the ketamine. It actually potentiated or increased his likelihood towards death because of the ketamine. And in fact, as established in my cause of death, it is the cause of death. So, but it's all complicated and it's not just the ketamine.
We talked some, or you had some questions on cross about the timing of when Mr. McClain aspirated. Why do you think Elijah McClain aspirated after he received ketamine, in addition to the prior aspirations?
Well, we saw the video of when he was put on the gurney and he was pulled forward in order to take the handcuffs off of him. And then he was brought back, and in the video, you can see that he's taking breaths. That copious amount, that large amount of vomit and mucus that's in his nose and mouth, that is still there. It's not been suctioned away. It's not been removed. And so those deep breaths that he's taking suggest that he would be aspirating that material from what's in his mouth and nose into his airway. And with ketamine being present, that ketamine is not going to allow him to protect his own airway. That's why it's important for his airway to be protected and material to be removed from his mouth and nose when ketamine is being, before and after ketamine administration.
If we could look at Exhibit 105, Officer Green's body-worn camera at 23:04:26. And Dr. Mitchell, I'm going to ask you if this is some of the evidence of breathing after that. See the emesis that you were relying on in terms of that opinion.
Good? Yep. So, thanks, sir. You good? Yeah.
Let's get inside in this section.
Okay.
Can you describe for the jury what you were seeing there that relates to your opinion?
Yeah, so as I described it before he's back on the gurney, he's leaning up, and that's when we saw all the mucus. When he's laying back on the gurney, you can see he takes a big breath. You can see his chest move and his belly move. And then he takes another big breath, his chest and belly move. So he's breathing, what we say, against that fluid in his nose and mouth. So it's to reason that he's aspirating even at that time as well.
You were asked several questions by Mr. Goddard about what the paramedics knew from the police. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you ever see any evidence in your review of the body-worn camera that any paramedic ever asked any question of the police about what had happened to Elijah McClain?
No.
Question doesn't go to his medical opinion.
Response?
I think it's fair in terms of what they got to ask on cross that I get a couple of follow-ups.
Well, you didn't object for a while, they did, so sustained.
Right, thank you. Is it important for people to seek information from bystanders or witnesses about the medical condition of a person they're trying to treat?
Yes.
I'll allow that question for redirect.
Yes. I mean, in providing medical care, it's about what you're told, but it's about what you also ask and what you do to provide care. All of it encompasses medical care.
Is it important to try to get information from a patient if you can?
Yes.
Is it important to try to
Oh,
do? Is it important to try to do a physical examination of a patient?
Judge,
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Check that. I think this is outside his scope of expertise as a pathologist. He's not been qualified in emergency medical services.
Response.
Dr. Mitchell reviews the causes of death of people all the time and the reasons why those things happened, and I think he can give an informed opinion about this.
All right, based upon the questions that were asked without objection on cross-examination, the court will allow the witness to answer and find that it's within his scope of expertise.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it important to do a physical examination of your patient to the best that you can?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Was a physical examination will can tell you more than what you've been told. I mean, that physical examination will give you an idea of what that individual is suffering from, injury or disease. Physical examination is a main part of any medical care. Even prior to providing care, you're assessing your patient directly.
Dr. Mitchell, in your medical opinion, did the actions of the paramedics in this case cause Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
May the witness be excused. All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further witnesses for the people.
Your Honor, that people have no further witnesses. We rest our case.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the people have rested their case in chief at this point. This is a time in the trial when I have to make some legal determinations on a number of issues, and that typically takes a fair amount of time. I can never, to a degree of minutes, figure out how long examinations are going to take, and quite frankly, neither can the attorneys, but I believe you can be rest assured that the attorneys have tried to get this case to the jury in a timely fashion. But we're in a place where I need to make some decisions and listen to arguments on legal issues outside of the presence of the jury. The practical reality is we will probably need to get restarted with the jury tomorrow morning. So I'm going to release you for the day. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. I'd like to have you back at, well, before I tell you, let me talk to the lawyers up here at the bench. I'm glad I asked. 9:30. You can be back. We'll presumably get restarted at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So have a nice evening. Think about something else. Drive safely, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's right there. You take your water?
No.
Oh,
All right, the jurors have stepped out. Yes.
Judge, if Mr. Goddard and Mr. Slotbauer and I can approve.
Oh, sure. Oh, okay. All right. What we're going to do is council and the parties will get started at 8:30 tomorrow morning with respect to the Rule 29 motion. Hopefully, if we have time after that, we will deal with a couple other issues we discussed up here at the bench. One of them in camera. But I noted to the council at the bench that there may be some things that I'm maybe particularly interested. They might be simple answers, they may not be. But I guess my observation, and I need to get the indictment just so I can direct people to ones I marked where I would hopefully be educated tomorrow on the motion for judgment of acquittal. And I think what we'll do is start with count 13 and the exact same charge. I just don't know what count it is. The count 13 is with respect to Mr. Cooper. And then there's some sentence enhancements that arguably might fall under that same umbrella that I'm interested in hearing from the parties about. I guess where I start is with People v. Sala, which is at 45 Pacific 3rd, 1272. There they kind of started a discussion that's discussed in People v. Buell, Buell at 442 Pacific 3rd, 961. And in that case, in Buell, the Court of Appeals was dealing with an issue of, in that case, I think in particular, it was a really dull knife. And there they suggested two-step inquiry. That being, did the defendant intend to use the knife as a weapon? And was the knife capable of producing serious bodily injury? It's really the first part of that that I'm perhaps most interested in hearing about. And I think this case was raised in a different context, and I suppose it, to a certain degree, could be dicta in People v. Lee at 476 P. 3rd, 351. And that was the case that had to do with charging two different versions of second-degree assault, with the one of them being the strangulation, and the other allegation was the deadly weapon being the hands. So it was discussed, but I think they approved of the case law from the Court of Appeals. And People v. Esparza-Trado at 282 P. 3rd, 471. The Court of Appeals in that case observed that the term weapon is not defined really in the statutory scheme. And at least in Esparza-Trado, they observed that it had not been defined in the case law either. In Lee, they mentioned a weapon, quote unquote, using a dictionary definition, is defined as an instrument of offensive or defensive combat, something to fight with, something used in destroying, defeating, or physically injuring an enemy. And that's really the kind of the same definition that was used in Esparza-Trado, looking back at People v. Stewart. In another case, and this is getting a bit off subject, but and this is an unpublished opinion, so hopefully you can find it. It's People v. Reese, or EESE Slade, which is at 13 CA 955, and it's out of Douglas County, so if you can access it on JPOD, you can find the name and then get the related cases and pull the unpublished opinion, is the way I got it. And there, the discussion, again, is in almost all of these cases, for whatever reason, involved cars being charged as the deadly weapon. And so, you know, but the one thing that was noted in the unpublished case was there the defense asked for an instruction that would kind of follow the Trado case, if you will. The last element, I guess, if you will, with respect to the definition of deadly weapon suggested by the defendant, was any other weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance, whether animate or inanimate, used in connection with assaultive conduct directed toward an intended opponent or adversary. The court rejected that, and in their analysis, the Court of Appeals noted that in Esparza Trado, one of the offenses charged did not have a, well, actually, the offense that they were dealing with was reckless behavior. So essentially, what I read the Slade case is saying is, well, the judge didn't abuse his discretion by not giving that instruction. And on top of that, the Esparza Trado case dealt with a case that did not have a specific intent element. And the count I referred to in the indictment is charged as reckless. So I suppose with respect to all those things I figured we'd be about at this place today, I started looking around on Monday, and they all kind of raised some questions in my mind that perhaps you can all answer tomorrow. Anything else?
Thank you.
Court will be in recess.